All right, hello and welcome back to Real Seekers. Today I'm Dale, the Real Seeker, and today we are continuing on with our Shroud Wars history of the Shroud of Turin, covering the various periods, starting all the way back in 30 AD up to the last time I think we covered was 1207 AD was the cutoff. And today's show, I'm bringing back Jack Markwardt to continue on with that series. So first of all, hey Jack, how are you?
Good morning, Dale.
Welcome back. How have you been since I guess December or November was the last time you were on the show?
Right, I guess we both survived the holidays and the New Year.
Yeah, yeah. Although I got a massive cold from the 21st right through the 26th and stuff.
Uh,
So fun Christmas for me, but but yeah, so yeah, we are going to be continuing. So today's lecture is going to be covering the history of the Shroud from 1204, I guess, right? Just kind of recovering
Yes, yes.
up to 1355, 1356, around that sort of time. So a 150-year period. And I'm just kind of curious. So up until now, we've been kind of contrasting the image of Odessa hypothesis and your image of God incarnate, or
Hmm.
otherwise known as the image of Kameliana, kind of thing. Now, at this point, that stops, doesn't it? Because this is sort of an addendum, like the Knights Templar theory versus things like so. Like, yeah, is that true? First of all, that the
Yeah, I suppose that if you are an adherent of the image of Odessa hypothesis, uh, your position is that by 1204, the Sindon that is exhibited in Constantinople is the former Mandylion image of Odessa. And if you're an adherent of my hypothesis, your position is that that's the Sindon that has been in Constantinople since 540, and that was mentioned by Emperor Constantine VII in 958. But regardless of what the background has been up to this point, at least when it gets to the 1204 exhibition, uh, it is a Sindon with an image of Jesus that's being exhibited at that time.
gotcha. Okay. All right. Awesome. Well, with that said, you've got your slides, so yeah, I'll turn it over to you and let me just share the screen. All right. Hopefully that's popping up. All right. So there you go.
All right. So in this first slide, uh, I'm just kind of summarizing the fact that we've had four episodes thus far. I don't know how many hours that has been in total, but some of these have gone 4 hours or more. So we've had a significant number of, significant amount of material covered up to this point. And this program is going to be on the basis of the period of 1204 to 1355. Now, this is, many people would feel, the most speculative period because it's really hard to get um, any straight out historical evidence that mentions a shroud. And way back in 1978, when Ian Wilson wrote his a book on the shroud, he referenced this period as the missing years for that particular reason. It's kind of missing as referenced by a name like the Shroud or the Sudarium or the Sindon for this period of time. I'm not going to present anything today that is, for example, a historical text that mentions during this period after 1204 the a shroud or a sindon or sudarium. The next time we're going to see that language used is around 1355 when the cloth is exhibited in Léré, France. So you can go to the next slide. And I just wanted to put this up here so that anyone viewing, if they hadn't seen any of the previous episodes, they could just go back to the slide And these are the links for the previous periods that we've covered from 33 AD and the appearance of the shroud in the tomb, all through, as you said, 1207. We went a little beyond 1204 last time because I didn't want the viewers to be left with the impression that the shroud just disappeared from Constantinople in 1204, that there were texts that indicated that it remained in Constantinople, and I'll be talking about them a little bit more today. So next slide. And so this is this summary of my history of the shroud in terms of the shroud's location. Location-wise, it's not really that complex. What happened in these various locations, I believe, is, according to my theory, very complex at times. And it's because of the complexity of it that you have a lot of shroudies who really don't put the time into understanding this history. They'd rather take a simple history in which they tell you, for example, I can tell you the history of the shroud for the first 900 years because for 500 years it was hidden in a wall, and for the next 400 years it was basically suppressed in Edessa because the Muslims controlled that city. So there's very, very little historical evidence of that, and it doesn't strain the brain really to be able to learn that and to repeat that story. But it's taken us probably 16 to 20 hours or so to get to this point. And essentially, the shroud was in Jerusalem for a couple of years after Jesus' death, was taken by Peter to Antioch. It remained in Antioch until 540. It was taken on evangelical excursions, I believe, first to Galatia in the 40s, and then to Edessa to play a role in the conversion of King Abgar the Eighth, or the Great, in around 190. And then when Antioch was destroyed in 540, it was taken by the Patriarch of Antioch to Constantinople and placed in the hands of Justinian I. And it has been there in our narrative now through 1207. Okay, next slide. So I would like to just backtrack just a little bit, go about 3 years back from 1240 to 1201, and mention what I did before, because it's very important to be able to identify the Sindon of Constantinople with the Sindon that was exhibited in Constantinople, and then ultimately with the Shroud of Turin. And this is what Nicholas Massarisi, he was the relic custodian under the Byzantine administration in 1201. And at this time, he said that the Pharos Chapel, that's the chapel that appears and is located in the Bucolian Palace where the emperor resides, but that holds the burial clothes, the Sindones of Christ. And then he declares, in this place he rises again, and the Sudarium and the burial Sindons are the proof. They are of linen, of a cheap material, readily accessible, still smelling of perfume, exempt from corruption, since they wrap the indescribable naked corpse of Jesus, sprinkled with myrrh after the Passion. And the word in there that has been a matter of some debate is indescribable, and really what it means. There are those who believe that this is a description of the shroud. It really just means that it's not, it doesn't bear an outline. It's not like an artistic outline of a body. And therefore, it kind of comports with what we see on the Shroud of Turin. Next slide, please.
So I just wanted to ask one question here that I didn't
Surely.
notice in la our last episode. So notice it says they are of linen of a cheap material. So a lot of skeptics will say that, but the shroud is a textile. It's very expensive, 3-to-1 herringbone twill and stuff like that. So like, is that consistent with what this quote is saying, that it's a cheap material?
Well, I thank you for that question because it gives me an opportunity that uh, I kind of tried to hit on before in terms of my approach to history. And that is maybe the most important thing to historical text is what I would call context. And, some people will just down put a quote and kind of repeat what you had just said. The objection is there. And yeah, on the face of it, we might not consider the shroud itself to be a cheap material because when we think about its first century origination, it was probably a very expensive material. Certainly was a very unusual textile. Um, and you often hear that, Joseph of Arimathea was a rich man and he therefore bought a rich cloth to cover Jesus. I can't read the mind of Nicholas Masoretes in 1201, but he is an officer of probably the most affluent um, Eastern empire at that time. And if you take a look at the materials, the clothing materials and textiles that were present at that time in 1201 in Byzantium and Constantinople, um, many of them are obviously very, very expensive and very, very intricate. And so he might be saying that compared to some of the other materials that you would find in Byzantium at this time, this linen, likely of an older age from another age, uh, if you looked at it, you might consider it to be cheap, especially when he talks about it being readily accessible. He may very well be saying that uh, in present times, uh, you could obtain material linen of this type without much difficulty, and it would not cost you very much money. I think it's also at least telling here that he says still smelling of perfume. That's kind of an interesting reference that he's made as well. Um, and he seems to indicate that as a proof that the cloth has been exempt from corruption for all these years. The final thing in it is that why does Masoretes say that it covered the naked corpse of Jesus? You would think so. I mean, after his crucifixion, but again, it's not something that was pretty much in the Byzantine vocabulary when speaking of Jesus or in any of the art um, portrayals of Jesus at a time where he was usually wearing not just a loincloth, but also a full robe. It seems like this is the kind of thing you would write where you would say this particular cloth that we have is unusual because you can look at it and you can see that the body of Jesus is naked at this time. Um, but my major point here was that by 1201, you had right in a palace of the Byzantine emperor a cloth that was called a sindon, and you have a description of it that is it's at least consistent with the description of the image on the Shroud of Turin.
Gotcha. Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so let me go to the next slide.
Okay. Um, I'm going to just, before we get to Robert de Clary, hold on just a second here. All right, I suppose we can just go to Robert de Clary. So, um, Robert de Clary was a crusader with the Fourth Crusade. And This was a crusade that was put together. It consisted of mainly Venetians who provided the ships for this crusade, uh, and it was intended to sail to Egypt. And there were French uh, soldiers who were brought over by French nobles to participate in a crusade. And they ultimately started out on the crusade and very quickly kind of ran out of the money that they needed to finance it. And meanwhile, in Constantinople, um, right after Masoretes makes this particular statement, um, there is dissension among the members of the Angelos family, that is the imperial family at that time. The emperor is a man by the name of Alexios. He goes by the title of Alexios III. And by this time, he has imprisoned his brother, Isaac, and blinded him so that he can take control. And it is the son of Isaac, whose name is also Alexios, who escapes from Constantinople, and he makes his way to where the crusade is encamped, um, and uh, tells them that if they will take him back to Constantinople and use their military might to reinstall his father and him as co-emperor, that they will then finance the crusade. And I'm sure the representations were to the effect that they had a lot of wealth and money to do that. And that was an offer too good to refuse. And the Crusaders, the leaders of the Crusaders, who were governed by a council of the highest nobles, made the decision to go to Constantinople to reinstall the former emperor, to get a treasure in return for the service, and then to use that to make their way over to Egypt to crusade. And so I think the Fourth Crusade has rightly gotten a lot of criticism, but I think it's at least important to understand that they did not start out with the idea of conquering a Christian city, Constantinople, and basically taking all of its wealth. This was a very kind of strange circumstance that they ran out of money. They were running out of money. It might have caused the crusade to be abandoned, and then serendipitously, the son of the former Byzantine emperor offers them this deal, and so they accept it. And so they sailed the fleet to Constantinople, and they arrived there in about mid-June of 1203, and they immediately make their demands on the present emperor that he needs to leave and the old emperor needs to be installed. And they kind of jockey back and forth in their negotiations, but the present emperor refuses to leave, and so the crusade gets ready to attack. Now, this isn't often said, but it's often been a thought that I've had about this. It may be at this time that the shroud was placed in the Blatchernay Church for exhibition, because the old emperor was now faced with the Crusader army at that time. And to the extent, as a lot of people believe, the exhibition of the shroud at Blatchernay was to provide a palladium to invoke God's aid and to defeat the enemy that was at the city's gates. It would have been required even then by the former emperor. But we're never told when the exhibitions begin exactly, but at least it would make sense. So ultimately, the two armies begin to engage, and then the present emperor Alexios withdraws the army back into the city and says he's going to come out to battle the next day. But when the next day dawns, by the time the next day dawns, he's taken himself and his retinue, his relatives, and a good part of the wealth that he was able to get his hands on, and he fled Constantinople. He went to Thrace, and therefore the Crusaders really didn't have to do very much because the citizens opened the gates and welcomed them, and the former Emperor Isaac was installed as emperor, and his son Alexius, who had been the go-between, he was appointed co-emperor. And really, all the Crusaders wanted to do at that time was simply get paid per the arrangement that had been made, but they didn't get paid. And I think to a certain extent, it's because Alexios had pretty much bankrupted the treasury of Constantinople in the years preceding that, and then took what was left with him when he fled the city. And I don't think that Isaac or Alexios had the hard cash that they needed to pay the Crusaders. And so what happened was the Crusaders remained encamped outside the city, right across the riverway that was called the Golden Horn, for a period of approximately 7 months, waiting to get paid, continuing to get promises, and really probably not having at that time the finances to go on to Egypt. And the longer they stayed there, the more upset they were about the situation. But technically, the Byzantine emperors and the Crusaders were still allies, and that they opened the gates to the Crusaders. And the Crusaders for 7 months went through the city, and Robert de Clary, who was a knight in what they called the host in the army, he was not one of the nobles, not one of the leaders. He ultimately wrote a chronicle of this entire adventure. And in this particular chapter, he is describing all the various buildings and wealth that he has seen or that other crusaders have seen and reported to him in Constantinople. And at this section, he is focusing on an event that's happening at a church in Blachernay called Our Lady of St. Mary. And again, Blachernay is a church that sits pretty much up against the walls in the northeastern part of Constantinople. And it is the recognized weak link in the city. It's a walled city. It's also surrounded by water. Hard to get a full army to and into Constantinople from the west. But in any event, it's where you would put a palladium. It makes a lot of sense. You put a palladium there. And Robert says that there at that church, there was the Sinduan, which was the a word that he used in his dialect to describe Sindon, which anytime it's associated with Jesus, it's that word is the word that's been picked out of the New Testament to mean his burial shroud. And he specifically says where our Lord had been wrapped, and every Friday it raised itself upright, which is a bit of a puzzle how it raised itself upright, so that one could see the figure of the Lord there. Okay, I guess we can go to the next. Okay. Now, I think that what they were staging there was either a reenactment of Jesus' resurrection. That would make a lot of sense. But I showed the last time around that the image of God incarnate, the image of Kamaliana, when that was first introduced to the Byzantines in the 540s and 550s, the legend that was created for it indicated that it had been found in a Byzantine well in Constantinople and extracted from there. And I showed uh, icons in which Jesus is shown in a shroud-like form with his arms crossed. Um, and he is arising from what is definitely a Byzantine well. So it may have been also a reenactment of the finding of the image of God incarnate, which was the shroud. Now, this is a um, very important episode in the history of the shroud. Is certainly Clary's uh, chronicle is certainly one of the most important texts that we're going to find because all the texts that have come before, it is an indication that various cloths were the shroud. But this is the first time that it is actually designated as being a sindon or being a shroud. And art experts, including Ernst Kitzinger, Hans Belding, they are Byzantine art experts. And when they've looked at the icons and they've compared the icons to the Shroud of Turin, they believe that the cloth that was in Constantinople and this cloth that was exhibited was in fact the Shroud of Turin. And then the other thing that happened is once the crusade was over and the Crusaders went back to Western Europe, all of a sudden there is a change in the way that Jesus is portrayed in his crucifixion modes. Um, he's naked. He's obviously suffering. His head is bowed. He's attached to his cross by 3 nails. All this is consistent with the shroud. And it would seem more than coincidental that the Crusaders took back this information to the West. And among the Crusaders, there were quite a few clergymen, so they could come back to Western Europe and have an influence over how Jesus would be portrayed at that time. Now, very few substantive arguments were made over the identification of the uh, Byzantine Sindon with the shroud before approximately 2015. Uh, there were certainly medievalists and persons who did not believe the shroud was authentic, who made quite a bit of comment about the shroud history, but most of that was centered on the Darcy Memorandum. Then in approximately 2015, Andrea Nicolati, who is a professor of history in Turin and a very well-known shroud medievalist, he wrote a book. At that time, it was in Italian that he wrote it. It was called The Shroud of Turin. And then 4 years later, he published an English translation, and he deals with the Clary text in that English translation for about 7 pages. Now, it is obviously an objective of his as a believer that the shroud is forgery um, to contend with this very important text of Robert de Clary. Uh, and he actually does his very best in doing it. I think with a quick review of what he's done here, it will be easy to understand the medievalist position about this. He calls the Sindon the Blatchernay fabric. He likes to call it the Blatchernay fabric because then it's not the Sindon. But he does concede that this fabric speaks of having a sepulchral nature which reveals the form of the Lord. And his main argument, where he begins, is to kind of pick up the one argument that the medievalists had always made, and that is that uh, it's difficult, if not impossible, I believe. He says that you cannot verify that the Constantinople Synod was the shroud. In other words, okay, let's say that it was a shroud and it had a figure of Jesus in 1204. But how do you prove? How do you say that the shroud, which showed up 150 years later in Liray, uh, is the same shroud? It could just be two separate shrouds. And if you think that the shroud in Liray is one that was manufactured per the carbon dating after 1260, well, then that's the shroud that they're talking about there. It's not the shroud that was exhibited in Constantinople in 1204. And I think that he's wrong about that, at least in my opinion. There is a very good piece of evidence that connects the two. Um, and this is something that I've contended for some time. And if you go to the next slide, Dale, here, that piece of evidence is Canon 62. I've talked about this before, but just to summarize it, was that after the um, crusade was over and the Crusaders returned to the West, they brought a lot of legitimate relics, at least objects that had been venerated in Constantinople, back with them, and they were installed in churches in Western Europe. And there was just not enough supply to meet the demand, and therefore there are a great number of false relics which were manufactured between 1204 and 1215. It became an absolute scandal for the church in Western Europe. And so Pope Innocent III called a council, a church council, was called the Fourth Lateran Council. And it met in 1215. And one of the topics that they took up at that time was this relic scandal. And after discussing it, they came up with what they call Canon 62. And this is important enough that I just like to read it. It says, from the fact that some expose for sale and exhibit promiscuously the relics of saints, great injury is sustained by the Christian religion. That this may not occur hereafter, we ordain in the present decree that in the future old relics may not be exhibited outside of a vessel or exposed for sale. Next slide, please. And let no, oops, one back, right. No, go back. It's the second part of the quote. And let no one presume to venerate publicly new ones, that is, new relics, unless they have been approved by the Roman pontiff. In the future, prelates shall not permit those who come to their churches causa venerationis, for the purpose of veneration, to be deceived by worthless fabrications or false documents, as has been done in many places for the sake of gain. And so therefore, when you get to the exhibition of the shroud in Liray in about 1355, it's going to require either a specific papal approval, especially for something that was a new relic. But if you had an old relic, and an old relic would mean one that existed in 1215, then you would be able to exhibit that even without papal approval. You just needed to follow the format for how the exhibition would go. And therefore, because at least on the face of things, the Shroud of Turin was exhibited in Liray without specific papal approval, at least none that was announced, no bull was issued. The reason that either it was permitted to be exhibited at that time or that the Pope would have approved it is it was an old relic, meaning it was a relic that existed by 1215. And I think that connects the shroud exhibited in Constantinople in 1204, because that's the only shroud that we know of that existed at that time, with the shroud that was exhibited in Liray. So I do believe that that's not a valid objection, that there would be a burden of proof on the part of authenticists to show that one Sindon, one image Sindon was the same as another image Sindon, and that they have no proof whatsoever. I believe that Canon 62 provides pretty substantial proof of that. Now, Nicolai comes up with the backup. He's going to look at de Clary's text and give the reasons for why it is what he calls simply unreliable. And he then comes to a final conclusion that you can exclude the notion that let me see if I can find his language here. That it is an actual shroud of Jesus that's being exhibited. So what he does is, hold on just a second, I'm having some issues here with my side of things. He then attempts to show that the Clary text is unreliable. And he picks a number of reasons, which I'll go over. But I do want to point out that it's 50 pages later in this same book that he deals with the Darcy Memorandum. Now, that's a document that, of course, is not favorable for the shroud's authenticity. And when he reviews that text, he does not only does he say it's not reliable, but he says that it's, quote, worthwhile to read in its entirety since it is rich in valuable evidence. And he makes that conclusion, he reaches that conclusion without making any critique whatsoever of that document. Okay, next slide, please. Just try going back one, Dale. I think there was an initial argument. Okay. Yes, the first argument was that there was no corroboration. In other words, Robert de Clary is the only person who reported on this Sindon exhibition. And so he has a problem with that, especially because he believes that all the other sources from previous times indicated that the church in Blatchernay was a Marian church, and that all the relics that it held at that time were Marian relics. But again, he says nothing about the context. He does not really focus at all on the fact that this exhibition was while the Fourth Crusade was at the gates of Constantinople, and he does not talk about the exhibitions as being temporary exhibitions of a palladium. Yet, when he gets to the Darcy Memorandum, there's no corroboration of the Darcy Memorandum. In other words, you don't even have, as you do with Clary, that he's physically present in Constantinople, and that he likely saw the Sindon itself. For sure, Darcy was not in Liray in the 1350s, and so whatever he is saying happened with regard to those exhibitions is purely hearsay, and not one other source writes about the same events that occurred with regard to these exhibitions, and particularly the claim that an artist confessed to having painted the Shroud's image. Um, Now, I think you can go to the next slide now. Yeah. Okay. So his second argument is that it couldn't have been the Shroud or even the Constantinople Sindon that was being exhibited because that was kept at the Pharaoh's chapel. He says it's difficult to understand why this cloth would have been kept in a Marian sanctuary and not in the Pharaoh's chapel. But you have to take a look at, first of all, Clary's text. Remember, he said there was the Sinduan in this church where our Lord had been wrapped, and then it was exhibited every Friday at that time. And that's even Nicolati's translation. This Sinduan was in this church. So Clary did not say that it was being kept in the church, only that it was there and only that it was exhibited on Fridays. In other words, it's possible that it could have been brought to the church every Friday from the Pharaoh's chapel. That was only about 2.5 miles distant from the church. And it's possible it could have been temporarily kept at the church, but just for its weekly exhibitions for so long as the threat was being posed by the Fourth Crusade. So I don't think that it's odd at all uh, that there would be a reference by Clary to the fact that this particular relic was in this church at that time for these exhibitions. Okay, next slide.
So I just wanted to ask a
Mhm.
quick question. Okay, so if we're supposing it was moved, like why would they go through that even with the threat from the thing? Like why move it to this Marian church or something? Why not just exhibit it in the Pharaoh's Chapel or some other church where Andrea Nicolati thinks it would be more appropriate or something like that?
Mhm. Well, they never had exhibitions at the Pharaoh's Chapel. I mean, that was the sacred chapel of the emperor, so the public never came in. So you really couldn't have, or you didn't have an exhibition at the Pharaoh's Chapel. Whatever Nicholas Masoretes may have done for his own benefit or for maybe for the benefit of some of the staff, uh, the royal staff at that time. But if you were going to have a public exhibition, you would have to take it to some church. And I think I've explained before that if it was used as a palladium, and let me just mention that the reputation of these Jesus images um, all through the context of church history was that they had a palladium aspect to them. In other words, you have Evagrius saying back in the 6th century that the Mandilion, the image of Edessa, was taken out in 544 and it was used to defeat the Persian siege of the city in 544. You have that same type of incident with the image of God incarnate in Constantinople. It remained that the shroud in the form of the image of God incarnate pretty much remained in the Bucolian Palace uh, for centuries. But the one time it was taken out was in the year 626, and that's when a group of foreigners, they were called the Avars, Avars, laid siege to Constantinople in the year 626. And at that time, they took out the image of God incarnate and they marched it around the walls of Constantinople. And right after that, the Avars gave up their siege and they left. When the Mandilion was brought to Constantinople in 944, um, it there's a recitation um, in the work that was published by Emperor Constantine VII that said it was placed in the Pharaoh's chapel, but it was put in a position where it was facing to the east to serve as a protection against the enemies of Constantinople at that time. So the whole idea is that there was a tradition, if you want to say that, but a belief that these so-called uh, images of Jesus, which they believed to be not made by human hands, and they were actually miraculously produced, would have the effect of protecting a city and defeating a foe of a city. So if you were going to use the shroud as a palladium against a foreign army, in this case the Crusaders, and use it as protection against them in some way, you probably bring it to the church, to a church where it would be easy to view, and also a location which would be near perhaps the weakest part of the cities. And as I said before, the Church of St. Mary lay just within the walls of La Cherney, which were designated over the years as being the weakest part of the city's defenses. And in fact, on April 12th of 1204, when the Crusaders did breach the walls that they breached were the walls located in Blatchernay and near to this particular church.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. All right. So I'll go to the next slide.
Okay. Um, all right. And so this is Nick Audie's next argument. He says that you take Clary's report that the shroud that they sinned on is at the Blatchernay Church in 1204, and it conflicts with other relics lists, so it shouldn't be considered reliable. Now, he says all relic lists place the sepulchral linens of Jesus only in the Pharaoh's chapel and not in the church. Thus, Clary's report is isolated and is in conflict with other sources. But the truth of the matter is there's no relic list exists which places the sepulchral linens of Jesus in the Pharaoh's chapel during this period of June 1203 to February 1204. The last time there was even a reference to it, it wasn't really a relic list, but it's what I read to you before. The reference to these linens being in the Pharaoh's chapel was that which was made by Nicholas Masoretes in 1201. That's 3 years before this. So I don't consider this to be a valid objection or criticism. The idea of talking about all relic lists that took place from 1201 backwards and even into the 12th century, they really are not relevant to the fact of that there was a Sindon relic exhibited while the Crusader army was present in 1203 and 1204. Okay, next. His next argument is that Clary may not have been a witness to the exhibition. He says Clary may not have actually observed the relic directly, for he never claims to have seen it. In other words, he speaks in the passive voice, and he says that there was this relic and it was exhibited. He never directly comes out and says, and when I went through Constantinople, I saw it myself. But it's just very likely with all of the Crusaders being encamped and it being reported that they did visit the city during those 7 months. It's very likely that Clary did visit the city. And if any of the other Crusaders had said to him, hey, if you get over there on a Friday, you're going to see one of the most remarkable relics that I've ever seen. It's just hard to believe that he himself did not see the Sindon being exhibited. But I don't really consider this to be that a big a deal because even if he didn't see it himself, it certainly would have been described to him by somebody who have seen it. Now, at that point, it would make it hearsay, but it's rather curious that Nicolodi has this as an objection to the reliability of this text. And when it comes to the Darcy memorandum, which is pure hearsay, and Darcy wasn't even present at that time, that he has no objection to that. He has no comment about it, and he calls the Darcy memorandum, a very valuable document. Okay, next one, please. His next argument is Clary may not be a reliable source. And here I think the comments get a little bit far-fetched, a little bit too broad. The idea here, this is to be an ad hominem type criticism of Robert de Clary personally. He says he was uncultured. Okay, I don't know what his definition of cultured is, but there are many uncultured persons who are scrupulously honest and exact, and there are many cultured persons who are just the opposite. He says that Robert obviously accepted strange relics of some kind in his accounts. Again, the idea that at this time a Christianized world did not accept relics, and many of them were obviously strange, that's not really a good criticism. He says Robert was not a historian. Well, how many witnesses to history that write accounts are really historians? You get those who many years afterwards are historians, and then they kind of gather all the information. But he was a person who reported on a historical event directly from the historical event. The idea that he himself at that time was not a professional historian of some kind would seem to be rather irrelevant. And then his final criticism is that Robert did not write his full account while he was there in Constantinople, but he wrote it sometime after he returned home. He returned home about a year later, and it would appear that this chronicle could have been written at any time between then and within the next 10 years or so. So as far as the lateness of the chronicle being written, I think that's at least a fair criticism. But let's take a look again at the fact that Nicolodi is a proponent of and an advocate of the Darcy Memorandum. I guess Bishop Darcy would be considered more cultured than Robert de Clary, but maybe what he means by cultured is educated. I'm not sure. But here again, Darcy did not even arrive in Troyes until 1373, and that was a good 17 years after the Leary exhibitions had been held. Also, Darcy, in his cathedral at Troyes, he accepted relics. He put them up for veneration. The acceptance of relics itself would not seem to have any effect on him making that kind of critique of the Darcy Memorandum. And of course, he wrote his account 34 years after the events had transpired in Liray, which is a lot longer than when Clary wrote his account of what happened, excuse me, in Constantinople. And finally, Bishop Darcy was not a historian; he was a churchman, and so if not being a professional historian is really a factor, fine if you want to make that argument, but make it against Darcy and the Darcy Memorandum as well. There's just really a complete double standard where the Darcy Memorandum is called rich in valuable evidence, and the Clary account is deemed unreliable. Okay, next one, please. And then I think that we get into where the criticism really becomes much more far-fetched. You have a historical account here in which the cloth itself is called a sindon, which is a burial cloth. And Nicolati then proceeds to suggest that, yeah, there really was something there. It really was shown, but it wasn't a sindon, regardless of what Clary said. And he initially started to suggest that maybe it was an epitafios, a very large type cloth that sometimes had images of Jesus put on them. But he then himself discounts that and says that that tradition didn't start until much later than 1204. So he throws that one out. But then he talks about a cloth that's called an air. I believe that's the way it's pronounced. And what it is, it's a liturgical cloth that's used to cover offerings on an altar. It didn't measure much. He says that it doesn't measure um, uh, more than 8 feet, and that in the 12th century, it began to be decorated with the figure of a dead Christ naked and stretched out. Now, he doesn't give a citation for this. He's very uh, good, really, into providing a citation. So I haven't been able to see anything that talked about by the end of the 12th century, they began to be decorated with the figure of a dead Christ and stretched out. I would like to see a citation for that. Anyway, his argument is that Clary may have seen or heard of an heir being exhibited, and then he confused it, or his source confused it. Next slide, please.
I'm just sort of curious, given
Yes,
your sort of knowledge, obviously Andrea Nicolati is a Shroud skeptic and
yes.
that sort of thing, but do you think, like, based on your knowledge of him and his scholarship, do you think it's likely, like, he would have just made this up about heirs having images of a naked and stretched out,
No, I actually would not think so. I mean, uh,
so there probably were these
the provision that I'm questioning is that he says that it began in the late 12th century.
things?
I mean, that's the key thing here. That would mean that an heir of this variety, having an image of Christ, was there. Late 12th century would be like in the 1190s, and conveniently they would have existed right before 1204, so they could be used. So I would like to see when I read a text like this, and I get used to it with Nicolati because he generally documents his statements very well. But I didn't see a footnote or an endnote with regard to this, and I would like to see if it was there some kind of an example of an error that is, at least 8 feet long, and it has a figure of the dead Christ naked and stretched out. So, I'm willing to accept this as just not properly documented at this point, but it's such a key kind of argument that's being made. Uh, I think that in order to make that argument effectively, you're going to have some citation for that.
Gotcha.
And
Go ahead.
when you go to these next slides, you'll see what an error looks like.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So, just for the audience, before we go to the next slide. So, I think the questionable bit, the part we want the citation for is does this uh, air kind of thing actually go back to the late 12th century? We're not sure about that. It maybe Nicolati is just assuming that later traditions went back that far.
Yeah, that an heir of this nature, the heirs go back several centuries before this. And again, when we get to the other slides, I can show you examples that, I mean, there was a vestment that was used in the liturgical ceremonies called an heir, but it's the idea that there would be something that would have confused Clary because they would be long and they would have a figure of a dead Christ naked and stretched out. That's kind of the key thing. And I'm not aware of any examples of that. And if that's going to be said, I would like to see that documented. So here's one example of an error. You can see that a little bit right of center, that's the chalice that is under that. Um, and usually these errors would cover a chalice and something that the Greeks called a diskos, which is in Western Church, the paten. Um, and it was described as rectangular in shape. Um, kind of similar to what we're used to in the West with the chalice and the paten. It's larger than what we use in the West. Even this cloth is larger than what would be used in the West. It was often made of the same material and color of vestments of the priest who was saying the Mass. And as you can see in this one, it often had a fringe which went all the way around its edge. And I'll show you in some other photos here, it might also have tassels that were sewn at the corners. Now, obviously, a fringe and tassels isn't what you would see on a burial cloth, on a sindon. And so it simply would be very difficult, I think, to confuse um, this type of cloth, even if it was in the Church of St. Mary and even if it was on the altar, that somehow Clary or his source would say, oh, that was the sindon that was being exhibited that day, let alone the sindon with the figure of the Lord. So you can go to the next one, Dale. Here, this is just shows it a little bit more in proportion. You see the priest there, and then on the altar itself, there is an heir. And you can see this one's not nearly as big. It has the fringe. Very hard to confuse that with a shroud. And it's nowhere near 8 feet, which Nicolodi indicates they could be as large as that. And the next one. This one is a little bit hard because it's not in relationship to anything else, but it certainly looks like it could be a little bit longer. Um, and this does have an image of Christ on it, but it's a typical artistic image of Christ with a halo. I don't think anyone would think that something that of this nature would be a sindon. And then next. This is the air lying flat towards the center. Again, this just kind of shows not only do you have a fringe on this, you have coloration to the fringe, coloration and artistic um, figures that lie on it itself. Again, it's not, it doesn't look like it would be 8 feet long. And I think even to get, say, the front edge, the front image of the shroud on there, it would have to be at least 6 or 7 feet. And I didn't see anything in where I did some research of an example of a cloth of this length that was called an heir. The next one, this is probably maybe the best example of something where it shows that it took 3 priests to pick up this particular heir over the altar. They're taking it off or putting it on the chalice and the paten at this point. But you can see with the 3 priests who are involved here, they're hardly stretching their arms in any direction. It looks like it might be something that could be about 3 feet by 3 feet, something of those dimensions. And again, it's very obvious that it's a kind of a modern decorated, at that time, um, fringe, ornamental liturgical piece. I don't think anybody would mistake that for a sindon holding an image of Jesus. I think we have one more. Yes, now here's an heir lying on the altar. Again, the chalice is to the other side. And you can see here it's got tassels from the corner. It's got a fringe. It's obviously an artistic type cloth. And it would be extremely difficult for anybody to take a look at this particular cloth and to think that that was the sindon of Jesus with an image of Jesus on it. So the bottom line is an heir is not a shroud or a sindon, and if you're going to make an argument, I believe that there was at that time in churches a cloth that might be large enough and bear an image that at least showed the dead Jesus, that there ought to be either text that describes that, and certainly the text should be dated. I just think that to make this argument it would likely have to have a lot more meat on the bone. Okay, next slide. So this one's even a little bit more wild, and that is that it was known that one of the things that they had in the Church of St. Mary was the dress of Mary. And again, Nicolati says that this dress was sometimes described as a funerary fabric. I'm not exactly sure how or why it was described as a funerary fabric, but I take that as a representation. But the argument is that Clary or his source saw what was a dress of Mary at a Marian church and somehow confused that with the shroud of Jesus, with a full image of Jesus. It's, I think that the arguments get more and more far-fetched as we go along here. Next slide, please. And this is the argument that I think needs some examination. It's just kind of lacking a lot of information about it. There was something that did occur, and coincidentally, it occurred on Fridays at the Church of St. Mary. This was talked about by Anna Kanemna probably more than a century or so before 1204. And it was something that was called the habitual miracle, and this is how it was reported. On Fridays, but at Vespers, that is in the evening, they had an icon of the Virgin Mary. And apparently this was where Mary was in a prayerful position, just on the icon itself, and they would cover that with a silk veil. And the miracle was allegedly that at Friday Vespers, this veil would rise into the air above the icon, and it would stay suspended there until the next day at 3 p.m. And then at that time, it descended to cover the icon. And it's the suggestion of Nicolati that Robert de Clary, when he gave his report, he says Robert de Clary speaks of a veil and an image of Jesus. Now, I don't see anything in the de Clary account that talks about a veil at all. And so that's a little bit confusing to say he spoke of a veil and this involved a veil. He's clearly said a sindon. That's quite different from a veil, although I guess a sindon covers a body and a veil can cover a face or some part of the body. And he makes the claim, Nicolati does, that if you take a look at what Clary says, he doesn't say where the figure of Jesus was, that we've all taken a look at Clary's report, and we just assume that when he's talking about there was a sindon, when it straightened itself out, the image of Jesus was on the sindon. I mean, that's what makes perfect sense. It seems to be the way that it reads. But since it doesn't say that exactly and precisely, Nicolati argues that the image of Jesus could have been behind the sindon or behind the veil, and that this was somebody saw the habitual miracle, and when they saw the silk of Mary rise to unveil the icon, that's what they saw here was, or believed that they saw, was the veil slash sindon rising to disclose a figure of Jesus, in a painting or an icon or something like that. It's really quite a stretch uh, of an argument. Um, and he says that the veil hanging in front of the icon of Mary was decorated with images. And again, uh, I'm not sure where he's getting this. There may very well be a text that says that, but he didn't previously say this when he was talking about this miracle. And it's again an example of something I would like to see a citation for, in which the silk veil that's rising was decorated with images. Now, somebody may have reported that, in an earlier century or what have you, but Nicolati documents what he says quite well. And he may have, in some of the things that he cited, maybe one of them would say something like this, but I'm just not sure. I do think it's a weak argument in any case. Okay. He then goes on to say that maybe with all of this that he's presented, that whether it's the an air or it's a dress or it's the silk veil in the miracle, that Robert or his source just kind of confused all of these elements, and then he just made up this miraculous account that he did. And I think his final argument is that since they were having this miracle with Mary performed on Fridays, why do another kind of exhibition for the shroud on the same days as Mondays? That perhaps they could interfere with each other or just be too much for one day. Um, and I tried to do some research on this, and at least what I found, and it may not be as detailed as what Nicolati found. Um, there's indications that this habitual miracle took place when the church was empty. It was actually, on a Friday evening that this supposedly took place, and that this veil hung in suspense in the air for almost 20 hours. And no one actually saw it, at least no outsiders actually saw it. It's hard to see um, uh, where the proofs of this occurring. I mean, obviously it's a miracle. Um, and the proofs that this even happened uh, is in question. And the other thing is no one seems to know exactly how long this habitual miracle went on for. It was reported, like I said, 100 years earlier by Anna Kamenia, but it's not clear that they continued to do this miracle or that it occurred as late as 1204. And so it's possible that neither Clary nor his source, if there was one, even saw this miracle occur, either because it was not open to the public or because it had stopped occurring um, by 1204. It's said with great certainty that after the sack of Constantinople in 1204, that miracle did not transpire again. Once the Latin clergy was in and the Byzantine clergy was out, there's no reports of this miracle happening again in this church, which really lends some doubt as to whether it did transpire in the way it was described traditionally for all those years. Okay. Um, let's go to the next slide.
All right. So I just want to ask you before we move on. In the source that you named, I forget the name, but you said it was about 100 years
Hmm.
earlier, and you mentioned the specific name. So
Yeah.
have you, like, from looking at the primary sources or translations of that source, what are the details given about this habitual miracle there? Does it speak about a veil at all, or like what?
What I've read, I haven't read like a work specifically on the miracle, but I've read about the works of Anna Karenina. She's kind of famous for example, reporting that the emperor, I'm trying to think if Anna was a sister of the emperor or the wife of the emperor, I'm not exactly sure. But that there was correspondence going on between the emperor at that time in the 1090s with Western nobles, trying to get them to support Constantinople and to protect the relics because of the threat of the Muslims at that time. And so my recollection is that in this account that she made concerning the Byzantine court and things that happened, it was simply to say that this miracle occurred in the way that uh, I described it, and but really no additional details that would uh, give more information about it. The um, the fact that there was another work written on this in 19 it was around 1953. Let me just see if I can find it. Yeah, there was a work written in 1953, that's right, by a gentleman called Raymond Janin. It's a French work, um, and it was called the geography, the ecclesiastical geography of the Byzantine Emperor. And he wrote and had some additional details concerning the miracle, but I haven't been, that work is so old and it's from a journal, I haven't been able to get my hands on that to see, what the details might have been.
Okay. Okay. So the details that you do know for is okay, it was every Friday at the Vespers, there was a silk veil
Yes.
covering the icon of the Virgin, and then it rose up, and then on Saturday went down. That's what we know
Right.
for sure. Okay. From
Right.
the
And I think that Nicolati does describe it that way, or essentially that way in his book.
Gotcha.
And he cites sources in his book for that.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll go to the next slide then.
Okay. So let's again put this in context. Uh, Clary says there was a Sindon that showed a full figure of Jesus, and Nicolati has made a number of arguments saying it wasn't a Sindon, it was an air, a dress, a silk veil, maybe an epitaphius. Um, but we have to remember, which we did in the last program, that there is a Sindon relic present in Constantinople in 1203, 1204. We don't need Robert de Clary to tell us that. There's multiple texts that establish that there is a Sindon relic. It goes way back to 958, um, which is almost 2.5 centuries before Clary. And that places a relic in the church of, I'm sorry, it places the relic at that time in the Pharos Chapel or the Bucolium Palace at that time. But there is a Sindon relic. The Emperor Constantine VII says that there is in a harangue that he has written to his troops. Um, Remember too that 988, the Latin sermon was written, and it doesn't say shroud, but it changes the Abgar legend so that now there is a full body image of Jesus on a white linen cloth. So that kind of covers that tradition at that time. Nicolati himself, when he's covering this era, from about the 12th to the 14th centuries, uh, he says that texts of this era often speak of Sindon, Sudarium, linens, and sepulchral bands interchangeably. as if they were synonymous. So you might not hear the word shroud or sindon all the time, but you might hear of something like sudarium or lithium. Um, but in the context of what's being described in the relic inventories, it's clear that there's a shroud in Constantinople. Um, uh, and I've mentioned some of these before. In 1150, an unknown English pilgrim talked about the Sidarion that was over Jesus' head. So did Nicholas Somodarson, an Icelandic abbot in 1157. Uh, it appears as a Sindon in a relic inventory dated 1190. That's just 14 years before Clary. There is a lithium described by a pilgrim, Antonius of Novgorod, in 1200. We have the quote from Nicholas Meserides in 1201. Um, and so the idea that that Robert de Quarry and or his source misused the word Sindon at that time as if they pulled it out of the sky and mistook some other kind of cloth for it is really just kind of absurd in view of the history of there being a Sindon relic of Christ in Constantinople in the years leading up to 1203, 1204. And to fortify this, just take a look at the next slide. I've shown these before. This is 11th century with Jesus portrayed in a shroud-like uh, position. This is at the Victoria and Albert Museum, and this is from the 11th century. And the next slide, uh, this is a Byzantine well. Next slide. These are the 11th and 12th century icons that show Jesus in a shroud-like position rising from a Byzantine well. So again, 100 years or more before Clary is writing. Next slide. Same thing. Next slide. The famous Hungarian Pray manuscript, Jesus in this position with his arms folded. Next slide. Something that may be the shroud showing the poker holes and the herringbone twill, but I have a lot less confidence in this. I think there's a good argument to be made that this is the lid of the tomb, and that there's actually another type of cloth shown on top of that. But again, the Hungarian Tray manuscript with this tradition is around 1193, 1195. That's just a decade before de Quarry is writing. Next slide. Okay, that's just Canon 62 again. Go to the next slide. And so we kind of can move on then from the base of the shroud being in Constantinople in 1204. And we can say then what happened to it? What happens in the next 150 years when we have this missing years? And I thought I would just do a quick review of what has been said about it. And this time, though, I would do it in chronological order so that it kind of makes sense in a way of how all of this developed. Now, there have been, since the turn of the 20th century, now 13 that I am aware of major hypotheses to try to fill in the gap of the 150 years. And that's supposed to show where the shroud moved, who owned it, and you eventually, if the shroud is authentic, and if the shroud is of Leary is to be connected with the Shroud of Constantinople, it has to be shown how it became acquired by Geoffrey de Charnay, who either exhibited or was a moving force in exhibiting it in the 1350s. So my view is that to
Jack,
be
could I just interject? Sorry to interrupt it,
yes,
but I'm just kind of curious. You mentioned that to your count, there's 13.
yes.
I thought in one of your earlier presentations at a conference, you said there was 17. Is that because there, like, why is it different numbers? Are you counting like variations in that one, or?
No, I don't know. That may have just been a misspeak on my part when if I said 17. On these 13 that I'm going to discuss, there's actually another one that's been semi-proposed, so that would kind of be 14, I would think. Uh, Within this group of 13, there are one is a spin-off of an earlier one and that sort of thing. So I think that this is pretty much complete based on my research, but I conducted this research back prior to presenting it at the Washington conference in 2017, coincidentally. So I don't know if anything more has come uh, on this topic. The last one I know was the one that I proposed in 2017, which I'll get to.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay. And I think you might have to go back one slide down. Yes, that's the first one. Um, so this is my view of what what a missing years hypothesis has to do in order to be credible. Because really, anybody can kind of make up a story based on either nothing or very little. But I start with the fact that the texts that I cited in the last program that show that the shroud did not leave Constantinople in 1204. It didn't disappear in connection with the sack of Constantinople because number one, Vihardin, one of the Crusader leaders, is very clear in the fact that when Constantinople was attacked on the 12th and the Crusaders were running around on that date in the city, that the leaders immediately went in and seized the two palaces, the Blachernay Palace and the Bucolian Palace, and they posted guards and security there. And so it's very unlikely that any of the relics that were moved to the palaces or any of the other treasures that were moved to the palaces in anticipation of this um, Crusader attack, which had been threatened then from February until April. And so they certainly put things under lock and key and guarded them at that time. But a missing year hypothesis, in my mind, to be credible from the get-go, has to take into account that there are texts, one of which says that the relics, and particularly the burial cindones, uh, had been locked away safely. A text from 1205 that says that a churchman went into the treasury in 1205 and he saw the burial linens still intact there, and he confirms that they were found there by the French when the French went into the palace in 1204. And then the eulogy given by Nicholas Mazzarides to his brother in 1207, in which he says that the cindones that were there when he was the relic custodian are still there in Constantinople. And so anything other than that, anything that says that the linens and particularly the shroud was in Constantinople is after 1204 is consistent with these historical texts, and anything that says otherwise is not. And I think that casts a lot of doubt on them. In addition, a missing years hypothesis must be supported by some historical proofs. And so as you go along, certain statements are made, you're hypothesizing certain things, but is the hypothesis based on any facts, any historical fact, or are you just kind of throwing everything against the wall at a certain point and just hoping that it would stick? Um, the transfers of the shroud during this period, they have to be plausible. You can't have it going from one person to another without there being a plausible reason why someone who was in possession of the shroud would transfer it to another person or a specific person. Certain transfers are totally plausible in the context of the history at the time, and some are totally implausible, sometimes when measured against what we know of the so-called donor who's going to give the shroud away or somehow transfer it. And then ultimately, and this is what most of these, almost all of these hypotheses lack, is they say, so it got to Geoffrey de Charnay. Okay, that answers that question. That's only one of the questions. The other questions are why, when it was exhibited by Geoffrey de Charnay, um, why did Geoffrey and the church remain silent about what its provenance was? What was the big secret about its provenance? If it had a Byzantine provenance, which would take it back to 1204, which would help authenticate it, at least as far back as 1204, why didn't they talk about it? And secondly, how did it exactly get exhibited in Liray in light of that Canon 62 of the Fourth Lateran Council that said you can't show any other relics without either papal permission or at least has to be an old relic that's datable to before 1215. How did that happen? Is that explained, those two circumstances, by any of these hypotheses that come about? And so there are basically two categories um, of hypotheses. The first is that the shroud was stolen from the imperial owner of the shroud, that would be the Emperor of Byzantine and the Emperor of Constantinople, who would be Byzantine, and his immediate successor, who would be the Emperor of the Latin Emperor of Constantinople. He would be French. For the next 60 years, he would be French. But in any event, the shroud, if it was wherever it was taken, and there's usually a suggestion that the shroud was not put away and secured. It remained there at the church, and that was much easier to steal the relic. The bottom line is that whoever would have taken it would have been a thief, and therefore would have what would be called in law a void title. Their title would not be void, and they could never transfer legally the shroud to another person. And there's 9 of these hypotheses that depend on that. And they seem to kind of flow from the fact that Robert de Clary also said in his account that once the city of Constantinople was taken by the Crusaders, no one, French or Greek, ever knew what became of the Sindon after that. And I think that ascribes too much knowledge to Robert, who's only what he called himself, he's a lowly knight of the host. And he did not, there's no record of him communicating with the leaders of the Crusades or the rulers that got in. He just knew what he knew as a soldier, what the townspeople told him, what other soldiers told him. So yes, if he doesn't know what happened to it and the host doesn't know and the townspeople don't know, that's not that unusual. That doesn't mean that it did then disappear from that point forward. The leaders of the crusade probably knew very well where they had put all the relics, including the shroud, and that was in all likelihood in the treasury of the Bucolian Palace. at that time. Um, I will say, though, that one good thing, one thing to be said in favor of these hypotheses of the shroud being stolen is it would sort of explain why nothing was said for 150 years. In other words, all the owners had void title. If they were to if the void title would become known, the relic could be reclaimed by the true owner, the last true owner, and that would be the Emperor of Constantinople, which could be Byzantine or Latin. And just to put a fine point on it, in war, you could lose, you lost your treasures. The conqueror in a war or a battle could obtain title to what they had conquered legally. So it's not a problem with the Latin emperors getting title to the shroud and all the other relics. The problem is where it's just soldiers who are fighting looters. Unless the emperor, whoever the leader is going to authorize that person to take the shroud, actually make a gift of it to them, then their title is going to remain void. So all of these hypotheses would kind of explain why nobody was talking about the shroud for 150 years in these 9 scenarios, because it was eventually held by a thief or someone who derived their title from a thief, and it would be a void title at that time. Okay. Then there are category 2. The shroud is not stolen in Constantinople, but it remains in the treasury of the Latin emperors, and it stays there for several decades, and then it's transferred in each one of these things by the last emperor, Latin emperor of Constantinople, Baldwin II. And then, of course, these 4 hypotheses are consistent with the texts that place the shroud and the other burial cloths in Constantinople through the year 1207. So the first one who wrote about this was Dom Francois Chimard. This was 1902. And at that time, he was a conservative clerk. And of course, he was an authenticist. He believed in the authenticity of the shroud. And he was at war with the other conservative clerks, with the progressive wing of the priesthood, particularly Chevalier, who 2 years before this in 1900, shroud was a painted and bogus relic. But Chimard, again, he was not a historian, he was a priest, and he kind of did the easiest thing that you could do at that time. There had been another relic, alleged relic, obviously one that was bogus, and it was called the Shroud of Besancon. It kind of appeared on the scene in Besancon around in the 1520s or thereabouts. At least it was there by that time. And there was an account, a historical account written for it to give it a history. And if you've seen the Shroud of Besancon, the renderings of it, it almost looks like a stick figure, cartoon type figure. It was obviously bogus. It's amazing, really, that it had as much credibility as it did at one time, especially around Besancon. But in any event, it ended up being destroyed in the French Revolution, so around 1794. And this narrative that was written for it in around 1523 by a couple of clerics from Besancon was it was obviously a non-historical account, fictional account of what happened to it. But then it was forgotten after the shroud of Besancon was destroyed. So Chimard, he just picked up that account, tweaked it a little bit, and instead of it having the history of the Shroud of Besancon, it now became the history of the Shroud of Turin. And there is it's really kind of ridiculous, but it basically said that there was, and remember, this was written to justify a shroud being in Bessanson, the Shroud of Bessanson. So there was a knight that participated, a noble who participated in the Fourth Crusade. His name was Othon de la Roche. He was from the Besançon area, the Franche-Comté area. And the story that was made up was that he either conquered the Shroud himself when he fought in the Blachernay district of Constantinople, and he either just took it himself or he was awarded the Shroud. The next year he was appointed to be the master of Athens. He later became known as a duke, and so he took the Shroud with him to Athens. He kept it there for a couple of years, and then he sent it home to his father in Besançon, who held it for a couple of years. And by 1209 or 1210, he donated it, the father donated it to the Church of Besançon, and the Church of Besançon put it in their cathedral. And in 1349, the cathedral was struck by lightning and severely damaged. And Chamard's story was, we need to get this to Geoffrey de Charnay. So he was there in Besançon at that time, and he essentially stole the relic from the cathedral. And then that was 49, and by 55 he had brought it to Lirey, and that's how he got it, and that's how he exhibited it. Among the many problems with the story is that Othon de la Roche's father died in 1203, even before the sack of Constantinople. So he certainly didn't send a shroud to him, nor did the father donate the shroud to the Church of Besançon. And there was not a single record to support this hypothesis at all. But the excuse that was used was that when the cathedral burned almost to the ground in 1349, all the church records were also burned and destroyed, and they would have contained all this information about how there was a relic there and it came into the cathedral at that time. So that's how they explained it. It wasn't much of a challenge. Nobody really took it all that seriously. But we can go to the next slide.
So just
And yes,
unnecessary, just a quick question. So hopefully you don't mind me asking questions.
no, I hope you do. I'd like to take the break to tell you the truth.
So I'm just curious, how did Chamard deal with the fact that known history had this shroud existing after 1349, arriving in 1523 and being destroyed in the French Revolution? If he's saying it had to be transferred to Turin in after the 1349 destruction of the Besancon cathedral, like how did he deal with this other shroud showing up of Besancon later on?
Well, okay, well, just remember that he's saying in 1349 there was no shroud in Leary, there was no shroud in Turin. He's just simply saying that the shroud, the cloth that became the Shroud of Turin, is this cloth that was in the Besançon Cathedral in 1349. Geoffrey stole it, and then 6 years later, he began to exhibit it in Lirey.
Okay, okay, but I thought you were saying like secular history has another object that was called the same thing that was known to have been destroyed
Oh,
in
yes, yes. So,
Central.
it's not that Chamard says, now, let me tell you where I got my information from, and let me talk about the Besançon Shroud. He's not. He's making up the history for the Shroud of Turin. And what I was saying was long before there was uh, Chevalier and Chamard, and they were starting to fight this authenticity fight in the early 1900s, that apparently the sequence is the Shroud of Turin was exhibited in Lirey in the 1350s and in the 1380s, and at some point after that, probably in the 1400s, the people of Besançon, somebody in Besançon made up this cartoon shroud that they called the Shroud of Besson, and it was there in Besson. It kind of replaced, if you will, what used to be the shroud back in, according to Chamard's account. But in any event, a couple of clerics around 1523, I think is the date, they decided we need to have a history for this cloth, and they made up this whole history involving Athon del Roche, etc. And then it really became kind of a non consideration after the Shroud of Besson was destroyed, and Chamard, who just needed to find some kind of an account which would say, no, no, the shroud couldn't have been um, uh, done by an artist in the 1350s because, see, it existed back in the 1200s when Constantinople was conquered. He simply appropriated and tweaked the account that had been made up in 1523 for the Shroud of Besson.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. So okay. So once it went to Leary, and eventually they had this new thing. They just he just would just say that, oh, this is a later counterfeit to pretend that they never lost it or something like that. So okay,
I guess my recollection, because I did read this a number of years ago, Chamard's work from 1902. I don't recall him really dealing with the Shroud of Besson or trying to distinguish it or what have you. It's just that if you go back to that 1523 account and you compare it to Chamard, the second one tracks the first one with a couple of little tweaks in it of things that had become known in the 2 centuries that
okay,
intervened. I don't think anybody took it seriously. Certainly back in 1982, 1902, people were saying, oh, they were not saying that Chevalier got it all wrong because here's a beautiful historical account that accounts for where the shroud has been, including its missing years.
gotcha. Okay, so Shermart himself, he just sort of ignored all of those
I
inconveniences.
think so. Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool. I'll go to the next slide for you.
And if I may, just one other thing on this is that it's a complaint that I have, about modern syndicology as well. You've got some people who are focused on simply what they're focused on, and they're trying to prove a point, usually that the shroud is authentic or not authentic, and they just uh, plow ahead with impunity to anything else that uh, might exist or might be argued. I don't think Chamard really worried about the fact that at some point somebody was going to say, "Oh, all you did was take the old narrative for the Shroud of Besson, or what have you." I think that people just didn't find it credible, and it eventually it would have just kind of completely faded out. But when you get to the next slide, somebody tried to pick it up and correct it a bit, and that was Noguier, I think, Malijé. He was a Frenchman, and so he's uh, he takes what Chamard said and he says the number one thing that's wrong with this is the idea that Geoffrey de Charnay stole the shroud from a burning cathedral. I mean, the story itself is rather absurd, but especially with Geoffrey de Charnay, who's a pious and chivalrous knight, that he's going to steal a shroud and somehow then exhibit that same shroud 6 years later, and no one's going to say, "Wait, that's the shroud that was 6 years ago was in the cathedral." And so again, you're just a thief, and you're a relic stealer and all that. So Malijé he kind of adopts what Chamard did, but he changes that story at the end, and he says the shroud is in the cathedral. It gets hit by lightning. It's on fire, and a local noble um, woman by the name of Jeanne de Vergy, who lives near Besançon, um, goes into the church and she rescues, doesn't steal, she rescues the shroud from the fire. And then she turns around and for some reason she doesn't give it back to the church, which, this is a bit absurd, doesn't give it to the church. She gives it to the king of France at that time, who was King Philip VI. And the king holds onto it for a couple of years. And then Jean marries Geoffrey de Charnay, who's kind of a high-ranking knight for King Philip and for his son, King John. But at some time shortly after that, Charnay and Jean de Vergy marry, and the king then re-gifts the shroud back to Jean and awards it to his stalwart knight, Geoffrey. And then he goes ahead, Geoffrey then goes ahead and starts exhibiting it. So it's pretty much the same story, except that maybe the most absurd part and that's saying something. But the most absurd part, the ending, is changed by Malijang. Okay.
Yep, no questions on my end.
All right. Um, and then what happens is, that really wasn't that uh, viable at that time. And so I guess the next slide would be Dale. Yes, okay. Um, I wanted to show how those stories fit. Going back to 1902, there is another work put out. It's by a noble. His name is Baron Joseph Dutheil. Um, and his story is a little bit different. The shroud gets stolen, but it makes its way to one of the nobles whose last name eventually becomes, because he changed his name, it eventually becomes Chaparny, and he is awarded when the crusade uh, divides the areas of Greece. He gets the barony, I think it is, of the town or area called Bastitsa in Greece. And so he takes the shroud there, and it's just there for like a century. And he has a son, and then the son has a daughter, and her name is Agnes de Charpenay. And then in about 1316, there's a crusade of types. It's more of a crusade to win back some land by a particular noble who goes over to Greece. And one of the soldiers that he has in his force is Geoffrey de Charnay's brother. And she marries him. And so she brings the shroud into that marriage. And they have a child, a daughter. And in about 1325, he dies. And then Dutheil says, well, then one of two things happened. Either at that time, Agnes bequeathed the shroud that she had to her brother-in-law, Geoffrey de Charnay, and that's how he got the shroud. Or she didn't. She did the more normal, logical thing. She bequeathed it to her daughter. I think her name was Tiamet. And bequeathed it to the daughter. And so now the daughter holds it for the next 20 years. And Geoffrey, in around 1344 to 46, he goes on a crusade to Smyrna. And as he's either passing through Bastitsa on the way there or passing through on the way back home when his crusade is over, Tiamet gifts the shroud to Geoffrey, and that's how he came upon the shroud. Now, again, none of these events are documented by anything whatsoever. There's no historical record of the Charpenys having the shroud. or of Jeffrey getting the shroud in this way. The transfers are the last transfer to Jeffrey is rather absurd because, again, if you've got the shroud and it's valuable both religiously and even financially, um, uh, you're not going to make a gift of it or bequeath it to a brother-in-law who you probably hardly know, and he's in France where she's been living in Greece, or for her daughter who's living in Greece to meet her uncle probably for the first time when he's coming back from crusade, we're going to crusade, and saying, "Oh, I've got this shroud my mother and father had, and I'm going to give it to you." It's just not very realistic. It's one of those things that are just kind of conveniently gives the shroud some kind of a history and gets the shroud to Geoffrey de Charnay. Okay. Um, and so from 1929 until in the 50s, uh, all of these particular hypotheses are somewhat discredited. Nobody's picking them up. Nobody's pushing their message. Um, and I guess you can go to the next slide. We get to 1957, and we get the first hypothesis that keeps the shroud in Constantinople uh, beyond 1204. No thief is really involved with this. Um, and it's Pietro Savio who comes up with this initial story. It had some kind of loose pieces in it, and my old mentor, Dorothy Crispino, picked it up in 1998, and she kind of smoothed out the edges a little bit, made it a little bit more credible. So in this account, the shroud is in Constantinople. It stays with the Latin emperors. It gets to the last emperor, Latin emperor, who is Baldwin II. And he still has the shroud in his collection when in 1261, the Greeks attack Constantinople and conquer it. And he slips outside of the city as they are attacking it, and he gathers as much treasure as he can, and that includes his relics, and that's documented. That's historically true. That he took relics with him, but those relics are not really enumerated. I think they do talk about the head of John the Baptist was one, but in this account, he takes the shroud with him, and as he's traveling back to Western Europe, as he's going back to France, he travels with um, the members of the Toucy family or the de Toucy family. And they were part of the French contingent that went to Constantinople in 1204, and they served the family, Baldwin's family, the de Courtenays, who became the emperors of Latin Constantinople. And they were very loyal, and some of them even served at times when the emperor went missing, when he went out on battles and he was captured and that sort of thing. Some of them even served as regents, temporary regents for the Byzantine, for the Latin Constantinople Empire. And so supposedly Baldwin has this burst of gratitude to them for their service. And on the trip back to France, he gifts the shroud to two De Tucci brothers. So this would have been in about 1261. And then Baldwin then goes back to France and he lives like another, I think, 10 or 15 years. And the De Tuccis take the shroud back to where they are from in France, and they just keep the shroud there. And then one of two things happened to it. Pietro Savio believed that uh, this eventually made its way, the shroud eventually made its way to a woman named Jean de Touchy, who in around 1336 married Geoffrey de Charnay. She was Geoffrey de Charnay's first wife. And so she brought the shroud with her into the marriage. And so Geoffrey has the shroud from 1336 onward. And Jean de Touchy dies probably in the Black Plague of 1348, 1349, which makes Geoffrey a widower, but he still has the shroud. And then he marries Jean de Vergy, his second wife, who's a teenager, by the way, at that time. But that's how the shroud gets to Geoffrey de Charnay, and he then exhibits it in 1355. I think Dorothy Crispino thought that was a little bit too far-fetched, especially that it got to Jean, because at that time, women were not inheriting property. They were kind of disinherited. All the inheritances were really through the male side. So her story, which I think was a lot better, quite frankly, is that all this happened and the Tucci's have the shroud, but when one of them dies, they leave it to a male heir, Guillaume di Tucci, who then goes into the clergy. And in 1354, he's having serious health problems, especially with his eyesight. And Geoffrey de Charnay, who has now just created the Church of Liray, and he's looking to find 6 Liray canons to staff it. He asks the Pope, Pope Innocent VI, who he's very close to, he asks him to assign Guillaume di Tucci to Liray to serve as a canon. And the Pope approves of this. And so he comes to Liray and he brings the shroud with him. And that's what brings the shroud to Liray and to Geoffrey de Charnay. And, at that point, it basically becomes the property of de Charnay and or the Liray canons. And so that explains how the shroud got from Constantinople to Geoffrey de Charnay. I think the most implausible part of this is, and I think you're aware of this, Dale, and I'm going to mention it when I get to my own last missing years hypothesis, is that there was probably not a more unsavory character in history than Emperor Baldwin II. He was he became totally infatuated with money, and he used that money to keep him in power in Constantinople. And he did that by raising money through his cousin, King Louis IX, by essentially selling him relics. And then when he needed more money, but he couldn't get it from Louis because Louis was on crusade, he had to go borrow money from Venetian lenders, and he had no property to hock to them. I think he had the shroud, but he didn't want to hock the shroud to him. I think that was his retirement fund. But in any event, he found some lenders who agreed to lend him the money and to take as security his 7-year-old son, Philip. And he allowed that, and that's the deal he made. And they actually physically took Philip to Venice, and he remained as a hostage essentially for another 10 to 15 years before the ransom, the monies that were owed, were paid, and they were paid by Louis IX. But a man of that character, a relic seller and a co-conspirator in his own son's kidnapping, is not the type of person who's going to, out of gratitude, turn the Shroud of Turin over to the Tusi family because they happen to have been loyal servants of his and his family while they were in Constantinople. So I do think that this is far-fetched, but I will say about this, at least it's got some meat on the bones. It has, some history of uh, the. Uh, 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 Baldwin leaving Constantinople with the relics, um, and thereby getting it into a family which was definitely connected in a couple ways with Geoffrey de Charnay. He married uh, Jean, and he had Guillaume serve as a canon, and he was probably there serving while the shroud was being exhibited. So there's some meat on this bone, but um, like all of these other hypotheses, it does not give any explanation for how the shroud came to be exhibited um, in accordance with Canon 62, or explain why Geoffrey and the church remain silent about its provenance. Because there's nothing wrong with its provenance. Uh, Baldwin was the legal owner. He could do with the shroud what he wanted, and he did that, according to this, by giving to the Tucci family. And then they married they married Geoffrey de Charnay, and he exhibited. There's nothing wrong about that provenance whatsoever. If that had happened, I don't know why there would be silence by Geoffrey or the church. So it doesn't answer those questions. All right, I'm ready to move to the next one.
All right. Well, just before we do a quick little statement here, because I think this one of the implausibilities you mentioned was Baldwin was such a character that he wouldn't it'd be implausible that he'd give it away. Well, if we modified the theory to include Scrooge, maybe he was visited by three goats. Sorry, I just wanted to tell a joke, but all right,
Yes, yes,
that would
it could have happened, and he had a complete change of heart. And in a way, the Datushis were like Tiny Tim.
there you go. So, all right, so sorry, I'll mute and
It
I'll
might have been the Cratchit family that he made the gift to. Who knows?
You never know. You never know. There. All right.
Okay, next one. Paul de Gaulle, 1973. Paul, um, he he likes Savio's hypothesis, so this is kind of a spin-off. Um, in other words, he kind of likes the fact that it is Baldwin who has the relic, but he doesn't have Baldwin keeping the relic to the point where he's deposed. Instead, somewhere around 1250 or thereabouts, while he's still emperor, while Louis is away on crusade and he needs money, he has Baldwin take out a loan and actually pledge the shroud as collateral for that loan. And then he does what he always does, and he defaults because he doesn't have money to pay it back. But in this case, Louis is not around to fly in and redeem the shroud. The shroud is that's going to be forfeited, and instead it goes to the lender. And we don't know who the lender is. He doesn't say what Christian lender in particular would do something like this. But in any event, this unnamed lender then has the shroud for a certain number of years. And then at some point, because it doesn't do the lender really any good, he sells the shroud, the lender sells the shroud to someone else who pays good money for it. And in order to satisfy where Paul de Gaulle wants the shroud to go and how it gets the shroud to Geoffrey, he thinks a better way it got to Geoffrey is through his service in the crusade in Smyrna in 1344 to 1346. So he has the unnamed buyer as likely being members of the family Lusignans, who were from Cyprus at that time, or an actual group called the Hospitaliers, who were centered in Rhodes at that time, and both the Lusignans and the Hospitallers were involved in the Smyrna Crusade, so they had something to gain from it. And this was a crusade, it was in the southern part of today's Turkey, and it was against the Muslims who were considered, infidels, so they could crusade against them. And it was against Christians, mainly the colonists who were in that area or settling that area from Rhodes or Cyprus, and they asked for help from the West. And the Smyrna Crusade was actually endorsed by the then Pope. And, these crusades were uh, encouraged by there being various indulgences that the popes would grant to the knights that would participate in them. So anyway, in theory, Geoffrey is out and participates in the Smyrna Crusade, especially this big battle that kind of settled things to a certain extent, which took place in June of 1346. And whoever has the shroud is so happy with this single knight who performed such gallant uh, deeds in this particular battle that they award him the shroud as like a military award. And Geoffrey then takes the shroud back with him to France. Okay, so that's the Paul de Gale thing. The nice thing about it is it is a category two in which it comes from Baldwin. It doesn't disappear or get stolen in the crusade. Again, none of these things are really, I mean, they're there, they're known by authenticists, they're not really making a terribly great impression, but these are, good faith, I think, attempts to try to fill in that gap between 1204 and 1255. Okay, I think we go to the next one.
I'm just kind of curious in general if you know like what I understand with some of the 1902 theories and stuff where they're just totally at face value,
Mhm.
flawed, but like why aren't some of these other theories, why isn't the pro Shroud community picking up on these in the same way, we all know that once Ian Wilson in 1978 comes up with his, they all latch onto that. Like
Right,
why are
right.
these things sort of being ignored by
Well,
the
I think
Shroud?
you have to understand the nature of the pro-Shroud community in 1973. I think Paul de Gale is also a priest. And so it's made up mostly of priests. It's Father Otterbein, Father Phyllis. Um, it's a group of priests that believe in the authenticity of the shroud and then follow it and have the time and the inclination to do something like this, do this kind of research. Uh, you could find De Gale's book in like a small little Catholic uh, book that published by a Catholic publisher at this time. It's hard for people to picture what it was like, and I wasn't there, but I've certainly read about it now. Picture what it was like in Syndenology prior to 1978, when two things happened. Ian Wilson, on the history side, wrote his book, and the Stirp went and did a scientific examination. Those two things made it a whole new ball game. That is probably what brings in the likes of me and you and so many others, even on the medievalist side. There was just not a lot of these things that were being published were mainly being read by clergy and priests. Um, and maybe the only exceptions to that over the years is where Paul Vignon got involved in 1939, originally in 1902, but where he did his looking at um, and comparing uh, portrayals of the Mandylion with the Shroud, making up Vignon markings. He was a layman and he was a scientist, but he's writing about history. And then in 1950 with Dr. Barbet, Pierre Barbet, where he brings a medical side to it. But other than that, it's just not a big world out there. So it's not like today, if Paul de Gale published this hypothesis, Joe Marino would have it in his weekly announcements, and then Dale Glover would try to get Paul on his show, and
Yeah.
then somehow involve Pologi into looking at
There was no, yeah, there was
validity
no.
of all this.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it wasn't in a.
It's a whole different world, and it's what did I tell you from the beginning? To me, so much of this is context, and people don't really consider context. But as you said, back in 1902, it was a particular context. In 1973, it was a slightly different context. But kind of the world with the Shroud exploded in 1978 on the authenticist side, and then eventually it really kind of changed when around 2010 to 2015, then people like Nicolati and Hugh Farry got involved, and there was actually like a vocal medievalist participation in this. So these are all different uh, eras. Fortunately, I lived through these times, but I was not involved in syndenology until 1986. But since that time, even from 86 with the carbon dating and the involvement of the medievalists, it's changed. It's a different world. And then on the electronic side, with your shows and other such things, and now AI, it's a completely different and ever-changing world in syndenology. It just was not. Nobody was waiting for the next missing years hypothesis to be published back in 1973.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense. All right, we'll go to the next slide. I think I
All
know
right.
who it is, but let's see.
Well, you mentioned him. So we finally get to Wilson, and so it's interesting to know what he had in back of him. Um, and he studied for, quite a few years. He did quite a bit of research during this time. And he decided that he was going to go back to category one. He never even mentions De Gale. He doesn't mention Savio, I don't think. He wants to go back to the world of Nogier and uh, Dutile and Chamard. Uh, in other words, the shroud becomes missing because it is stolen in the sack of Constantinople in 1204. And when I first read this, I thought that he was saying that it was stolen by the Knights Templar, that they were crusaders. But on careful reading and much later, I saw that wasn't exactly what he was saying. He was stolen by somebody, and he doesn't know who it was. Could have been any crusader, any Tom, Dick, and Harry crusader. But they then went. They had the shroud, and they went to the Knights Templar, who didn't participate in the crusade, but they're all around, and they're very, very wealthy, and somehow they sold the shroud at some time, sold it to the Knights Templar. And Knights Templar then took the shroud with them to the Holy Land, and it was just over there for all of those years, say between 1206 and 1290, when Acre falls, the last Crusader castle falls, and now the Templars have to get the heck out of there, before they're just massacred by the Muslims. And so they go back to France and they take the shroud with them. And specifically, they take it to Paris. And I mean, there's nothing to document any of this at all, um, except that in about 1307, the King of France, Philip VI, Philip the Fair, decides that he doesn't want to compete with the Templars anymore. And he wants to get rid of them, and he wants to be able to seize their wealth. And so he does a secret morning raid on all the Templar facilities, and they arrest people. And now the idea is to kind of get rid of them so that their wealth can be forfeited to the French crown. And so one of the things that they do to a smear job, is to say that the Templars were actually heretics and they were worshiping an idol, and they gave the idol a name Mama Fett, something along those lines. But it was described as a head idol, something where they worshiped a head. And that kind of fit in with what Wilson's idea was, which was the shroud for all the previous years had been just a head idol. It had been the image of Odessa or the Mandillion. Um, and in any event, they would take these Templars into prisons and then they would torture them until finally they would confess that there was a head idol and they worshipped it. And it took about 7 years to get rid of all of them. In 1314, they took the last two remaining leaders, one of whom had the name of Geoffrey de Charnay, but he spelled it with an EY rather than a Y, and they burned him at the stake in Paris. And according to Wilson, then there was a relationship between the Geoffrey de Charnay, who was burned at the stake, and Geoffrey de Charnay, who about 40 years later um, exhibited Shroud, a family connection of some kind, and for some reason, not clear exactly why, uh, the Templar Charnay transferred the shroud to the other Charnay, and that's how they got it, and that's where the uh, connection was. Um, Now, the problem is that the there was never ever a genealogical connection made between the Templar Charney family and the Knight Charney family. And I mean, they've dug around for like 40 years, but the families come from different areas of France, and there doesn't seem to be any common relatives. But again, I mean, if I'm reading his book in 1978 and I don't know any of this, somebody tells me Geoffrey de Charnay is the last Templar, and somebody tells me Geoffrey de Charnay, slightly different spelling, is the first known record owner of the Shroud. It's a pretty simple connection to make, and it makes a whole lot of sense. It's just that the details were never supplied, and they've never been supplied. And at this point, I don't think they're ever going to be supplied. And in addition, when Wilson came out, he faced something that no other authenticist in the knowledge ever faced before. There was an actual um, opposition to this, unlike who the heck is Paul Gale and why do we want to contest him? Ian Wilson, of course, made this a book, a bestseller book. So it became internationally famous. His theory on the missing years became famous. And there were, just like what happened with the Mandillion theory, there were actual academic scholars who had been dealing with the Templars for years when it wasn't the Shroud. And the most famous of them and the most experienced and real expert, you throw that word around today like it's nothing, but this guy was an actual real expert on Templars. His name was Malcolm Barber. And so he heard about Wilson's theory and he looked at it, and giving Wilson and his ideas every benefit of the doubt, he said that the connection between the Templars and the Shroud was what he called brittle, very brittle. And even years later, Dan Scavone, who's an authenticist and a historian, and definitely like a disciple of Wilson, although he kind of bought like 3/4 of the Wilson cake, he never really bought the idea of the Templars because he actually read the uh, examinations that were made of the Templar prisoners, and it was very clear that the way that they proceeded was the prisoners weren't even talking about a head idol or anything like this, and it was the inquisitors who came in who then uh, brought the idol into the conversation, and were asking questions like, "So you admit that you and your order worshipped an idol of this kind?" And that was too much for Dan Scavone, and he said it's obvious that those stories, even if they were written down with what these people said, it was only after torture and they were making this confession so they could get some leniency from the king and the people who were torturing them. So that's been out there for a while. Um, Again, for those people who have just bought, the entire Wilson theory from the very beginning right on through the missing years, they still believe that. And they probably don't know this, and that is that uh, it wasn't that long ago that Wilson sort of um, abandoned the Templar hypothesis and suggested another hypothesis. He went to a conference in 2012 in Valencia, Spain, and I think you can go to the next slide for this. Yeah, so this is what is in his paper. My suggestion of Templar ownership during this period, that is the missing years, has never been more than tentative and provisional. Okay, I wish that had come with a warning label from the beginning, but apparently as the years went by and he saw more evidence, it was more tentative and provisional than it ever was before that time. Whatever, it seems far from inconceivable, and this is his new theory that he suggested, that somewhere along their route, that is back home from Smyrna and possibly through Serbia, because at this time they had this very large epitafios that showed a very shroud like Jesus on it, held by the king of Serbia. So Wilson thought, well, they must have had that shroud then that suggests that. A man by the name of Edward de Beaujeu, who was a soldier along with Geoffrey, they had gone to Smyrna, and either on their way out there or their way back, um, they ran into a person, unnamed person, who asked them at that time to take the shroud back to France with them and to hold it in trust, because at that time that region was being threatened by the Muslim Turks. And so it was like, would you take this for me and hold it in France? And when the danger passes here, I'll get back to you. It's almost like the ultimate later story where the canons of Lire asked Geoffrey de Charnay's granddaughter and her husband to hold the shroud in the husband's castle until the Hundred Years' War ended with the British. Next slide, please. And this is going on with what Wilson said. Accordingly, I believe it to be a possibility worthy of at least some serious consideration that the original first Frenchman to whom the shroud was entrusted may have been not Geoffrey de Charnay, but instead the higher-born Edward de Beaujeu. So this was something he was pushing because he had become tentative with the Templar hypothesis, and it was as recent as 2012. But I wasn't even aware, because I didn't attend that conference. I wasn't even aware that he'd made the suggestion until a few years ago, and I haven't seen it catch on with anybody. And I think I've read some more recent Wilson writings in the BSTS newsletter, which he seems to have reverted back to the Templar theory, but I'm not quite sure what it is. But it is not a missing years theory that has very much substance to it altogether. But I do want to say this, and I want to say this as a great compliment to Ian Wilson, where he will not take just any kind of endorsement. Back in 2009, a woman by the name of Barbara Frail wrote a book that she wanted to be a bestseller. It was called something like The Templars and the Shroud, in which she claimed to have gone into the secret Vatican archives where she had a job, and she found a text that no one had ever found before, in which during these cross-examinations of the Templar prisoners by the French back in 1307 to 1314, one of the testimonies was that somebody who had been a fledgling were talked about an initiation that they had, which required them to kiss the feet that was on a linen cloth, the feet of an image of Jesus that was on the linen cloth. And it was all the rage. And, she was promoting this as a corroboration of Wilson's hypothesis that the shroud had been in the possession of the Templars at this period of time. Uh, and then I think that the way I remember it coming down is that after she did all this, Wilson was in touch with Andrea Nicolati. Of course, he's over in Italy where Frail operates, and he was aware of two things. First of all, this text that she claimed to have discovered had been discovered back in the early 20th century, like around 1907. Someone had actually found this text and had published it at that time. But it was not a big deal because the actual text says that the image was of lignum or lignium, anyway, the Latin word for wood, and not lintium, the Latin word for linen. And so somehow Barbara Frail translated this text as lintium rather than lignum, instead of having some object of made of wood that might have been the Templar head, assuming they had it, had nothing to do with the uh, Shroud of Turin or even a linen cloth with an image on it. And Wilson, who had to kind of rush in the Frail discovery into his 2010 book, because it was that facially important, when he found out, when he did research confirming what Nicolati told him, he published several things, including an article in the BSTS newsletter, basically excoriating her for having made that translation, having made the claim, and he rejected the idea that this text had anything to do with proving this particular theory. But I mention it not only for the history of it, but also because viewers may run into this Barbara Frail thing, which I don't think she's ever disclaimed it. I think she continues to, write on, especially about things that she allegedly finds in the secret archives of the Vatican. And I don't believe, I've never seen where she has disclaimed this or made a correction of it, but it's not the basis of anything that would really support the Templar hypothesis. Okay. We can go to the next one. You can go off of that one. Next one, please. Okay. So what happens here is, remember, Wilson returned to the Category 1, Shroud was stolen. And what had been the Chamard theory um, had basically been rejected, almost because it appeared to be preposterous and was based on an old story about the Shroud of Essasson. In 1983, a syndenologist, Italian syndenologist by the name of Pasquale Rinaldi, went looking into a church in Naples, and he found a document called Cartulary, which has documents and maps and such from old days. And in it, he finds a copy of a letter. And I call it the Theodore Angelus letter because it's a letter that's signed by somebody who calls himself Theodore Angelus. And by the way, that's a misspelling on the slide there. It should be Angelos, Angelus. And it's a letter that's addressed to Pope Innocent III and bears a date of August 1st of 1205. Now, August 1st of 1205 would be about a year and a half after Constantinople was sacked, and Theodore Angelos is somebody who is with a family, with the Angelos family, that had been thrown out of the emperorship in uh, Constantinople and Greece in 1204. You might remember that the final emperors there, Alexios III and Alexios IV and Isaac II, they were all members of the Angelos family, so they were very high ranking at that time. And he says here that he's talking about himself, Theodore Angelus, which is long life for innocent Lord and Pope at all Rome, in the name of Michael, Lord of Epirus. By the way, Michael is Theodore's, in history, Michael's Theodore's brother, and he's then the Lord of Epirus at that time. In the name of his brother and his own name, he tells the story. In April of last year, that would be 1204, a crusading army, having falsely set out to liberate the Holy Land. Well, as I said, that's not true. I think they did set out that way, but they changed their direction. Instead, laid waste to the city of Constantinople, and during the sack, troops of Venice and France looted the holy sanctuaries. Next slide. The Venetians, they partitioned the treasuries of gold, silver, and ivory. They were after the money. And the French did the same with the relics of the saints. That doesn't just mean saints, it means all the holy figures. The most sacred of all, the linen in which our Lord Jesus Christ was wrapped after his death and before his resurrection. We know that the sacred objects are preserved by their creditors in Venice, in France, and in other places, and then the sacred linen in Athens. So he is definitely saying in this letter that the shroud of Jesus was brought to Athens, and as of August 1st of 1205, the date of this letter, that's where it still is. Now, he mentioned no image being on this sindon or shroud, and he did not mention Athon della Roche. He doesn't say why this would be in Athens. But I think the implication is that the way the shroud would get to Athens would fit in with the Athon della Roche narrative that Chamard came out with. And therefore, it would essentially resurrect the Chamard hypothesis, which remember is really the Shroud of Besançon hypothesis. But if you take a look at this letter, and very few authenticists do, again, this is just something they grab onto just as quickly as they grab onto the name is escaping now, but it'll come back to me. They grab onto this by saying, see, this explains everything, and there's a valid missing years hypothesis. Number one, this hypothesis is category 2. It rejects the historical texts that keep the shroud in Constantinople by 1207. Secondly, the fellow who's supposed to write this, his name was in 1205. He was called this, and he called himself Theodore Ducas at that time. And that was another of the family names. By this time, by 1205, the Angelos name had been very discredited because of what had happened in Constantinople. So they were trying to rebrand themselves, that family, and he called himself Theodore Ducas. So he would not, in all likelihood, have ever signed this letter, Theodore Angelus, which shows that it's a forgery. And at that time, he was historically he was serving. His master was another Greek called Theodore Lascaris. He was not serving Michael, Lord of Epirus. That's his brother. He eventually went and became a servant of his brother, but that was about 5 years later. So he misidentifies the real Theodore Ducas by name, and he also misidentifies him by way of what his position was at that time. But I think that what I found really convincing was that Andrea Nicolati in 2012 uh, investigated this document, this letter, um, and he published a paper. It was in Italian, but it went through all the issues and problems that it has, and it would probably take 10 minutes to go through all of them. But the conclusion that he reached was that this letter is datable to the middle of the 19th century, something around like 1860. It's a copy, it's not an original, which makes it harder to verify the authenticity of it. And it was written at a time when the Grand Master of an order, which was associated with this town and this church, was trying to establish that it had connections with the old Angelos family, particularly the Epirus branch of the Angelos family. So they had a financial motive in order to forge this document. And of course, what did they know at that time? How could they make this seem real? At that time, the narrative of the Othon de la Roche narrative was known in 1860 because it was written for the Shroud of Besançon in 1453. So what they did is they just dipped into the narrative that was there, that the Shroud was brought to Athens by Othon de la Roche. At that time, of course, it was the Shroud of Besançon. And then this is why they pick uh, Athens as a place for where the shroud was brought. It was just to comply with that. Um, so it's clearly a forgery. As I said, they never found this letter in the Vatican archives. It was supposedly sent to the Pope, but there's no such letter in there. There are ways in which real letters of that time were written with various salutations and rules of structure and that sort of thing, and this is lacking all of that. And so this to me probably should have been, when it was offered in authenticity circles, it should have been examined by somebody at that time, the way that Nicolati examined it in 2012. But instead, it wasn't. And of course, there were more than enough people who wanted to now grab on this, and they suddenly reverted back to, let's go back to the Shroud uh, hypothesis of what transpired, and let's just kind of tweak that around to make it either more realistic or because I've got some agenda that I want to make about Shroud history, and we'll do that with it. So next slide. Um, Now these are just the points that I was making. You can go to the next slide. Okay. So the first person to grab onto this was a guy by the name of Noel Currer Briggs, about 5 years after this letter was discovered. And he was a genealogist, and so that was his expertise. And so his idea was, can I get the shroud to Geoffrey de Charnay from Othon de la Roche using genealogies, relationships with people? And so this is what he does. The shroud went without Othon to Athens, uh, but he didn't send it home. You know, it never went to the Church of Besançon. Um, Instead, Othon dies probably around like between 1225 and 1230. And he has a son who's living with him in Athens. His name is Guy the First de la Roche. And so he kind of makes up this next episode, and that is that when Constantinople was under threat of being reconquered by the Greeks in 1231, for the shroud's safety, he just gave it, again, no consideration, he gave it to a gentleman by the name of Guillaume de Beaujeu. Um, and he became a master of the Knights Templar. So now Kerr Briggs says, okay, now I can move on from Chamard's hypothesis on to Wilson's hypothesis because I've now got it to a Templar. But there's no documentation whatsoever that he did it. And this Templar master was living in Italy at the time. That's why it would supposedly be safe. And then he uses his genealogical expertise to find out that Gimard de Bougeot, the Templar master, had a great aunt who was living in France. And he went to some kind of a church conference or council in France. And while he's there, he gives the shroud to his great aunt, unnamed. And then he checks her genealogy and he finds out the great aunt had some family relationship with either, because I think when you start running these names so far down the branches, he could find some branches that went to the Templar Geoffrey de Charnay, or he could run it out to the other de Charnay family in some way. In any event, he's not really that particular. It gets into the Charnays, and let's say it went to the Templar, then per Wilson, he would have given it to the other Charnay family. But again, he doesn't really nail down any of the genealogical connections, and people who tried to run it down since that time have been unable to run it down since that time. Okay, so that was just kind of put out there. He was the first one to try to exploit the Theodore Angelus letter. We can go to the next slide. And then we have an interesting, I actually knew this guy. His name is Daniel Raffard de Brienne. He was very big in French sinological circles, particularly in the 1990s. And I don't know if the name Raffard de Brienne means much to you, but it's kind of a famous name that goes back to Greece after the fall of Constantinople. And so he has actual ancestors that go back to Greece in the 13th century after the Shroud would have, per the Angelus letter, been taken to Athens. And so I think his paper was mainly what I would call a homage to his distant ancestors. He's got to try to work in the Raffard de Briennes into the Shroud story. So his story is just like Kerr Briggs. Athon actually kept the Shroud in Athens till his death. He died there. It then went to his son Guy, and then there were several successor dukes of Athens until that is taken over by the de Brienne family. In fact, the last Duke of Athens is a person by the name of Gautier the Fifth de Brienne. And so, according to this story, he's got the shroud as the Duke of Athens. And in 1311, he went out to do battle with his enemies, and he got killed in 1311. And so it's known as a matter of genealogy that he had a son who would have been his successor had the office been kept open in Athens. He had a son. He was Gautier the Sixth, de Brienne. And so de Brienne, the author here, imagines that Gautier the Fifth's widow and son, the Sixth, then hid the shroud somewhere. So, okay, it's hidden probably somewhere out in the Athens area, or I think that it might have been in the Venice area because Gautier became somebody who traveled the world, and he actually became somewhat of a official when he got to Venice. But in any event, um, the shroud is hidden uh, on behalf of the de Brienne family. And then what do we next know about Gautier? Well, he joins the French army in about 1337 when the Hundred Year Wars begin. And he's in the army for at least 8 to 10 years. And who is in the army at exactly that same time is Geoffrey de Charnay. And so there's no evidence that they knew each other, served in the same place, what have you. They just both were in the service of the French army that had been organized for purposes of fighting the English in the Hundred Years' War. But in his story, they served together. And as they're serving together, as a couple of army buddies might do, Geoffrey says to Gautier, hey, I've inherited a fief in Liray. I intend to build a church there, and I'd like to put some relics in it when I do that. And Gautier says, boy, do I have a plan for you, because I've got the greatest relic of all, Jesus' shroud, in hiding. But the difficulty is I left it back in Venice or I left it back in Greece, and I'm just not in a position to go get it. But if you ever go out that way, I'll tell you where it's hidden. And then Geoffrey says, "Oh, this is good. I'm going to. My plans are to go on crusade to Smyrna, and I'll be kind of out that way, and I can do that." So Gautier tells him exactly where it was hidden, and Geoffrey, they're two or more likely from the Smyrna crusade. He picks up the shroud in this hiding place that uh, Gautier de Brienne told him about. So again, it's kind of a very, very unlikely story, but it does put the de Brienne's family with the shroud, which is, I think, what Daniel Raffard de Brienne wanted to do. Nothing at all is documented, and the idea that Gautier especially would just give away a precious relic with no strings attached to somebody he's serving with in the army is just one of those absurd stories that makes it entirely implausible. Okay, that's that one, and we can go to the next one. So in 2007, Alessandro Piano writes a paper. He's from Italy. And in his paper, he's going with the Theodore de Angelis letter again. And in this case, a little bit spin on the previous two. Othon does stay in Athens about 1225, but he doesn't die there. He decides it's time to take retirement. And so he leaves his son in charge of Athens, his son Guy, and he and his wife move back to where they came from, town around Bessasson. Their actual chateau is in a place called Ray-sur-Seine. And he's got the shroud with him, and he puts the shroud in the chateau that he has, puts it in a case of some kind there. And then he doesn't even stay there. He retires to the Diocese of Langres, and he dies about a decade later. But he's got heirs now. We don't worry about the heir in Greece, Guy, but he's got heirs there, younger children, younger sons, right there in France. And so the shroud devolves upon his oldest son in France. I'm not sure how that quite works, but he may have been very well the oldest son of all the sons, and Guy might have been a younger son. But anyway, they call these people the Lord of Ray. So all the successors to Othon who are working out of that chateau, they are called Lords of Ray. And in Piano's idea here, his concept, which quite frankly and quite honestly, he candidly said that I'm not sure that this is right. It's just a piece of a puzzle, but I'm throwing it out there. He believes that one of two things happened, that the shroud was gifted over to the de Vergy family. The de Vergys were relatives of the LaRoche family. And he thinks that either in 1311, Ami de la Roche gave the shroud to the Vergy family. They were in-laws, and that it then found its way to one of the family members, Jean de Vergy. And then she married Geoffrey de Charnay in the 1350s. Or it actually stayed with them all the way to 1352 when John II de la Roche, who was a Lord of Ray, gave the shroud to Jean de Vergy on the occasion of her marriage to Geoffrey de Charnay. And what uh, Alessandro Piana knows that a lot of people that get involved in this whole de Vergy thing don't know or appreciate is that, again, as a female, she would not be an inheritor of property that would come from her distant ancestor, Othon de la Roche. All these inheritances went through males, and therefore it would take a male who owned it to give it as a gift to her. You could be gifted, but you couldn't inherit it. Um, and so it does make sense in terms of at least how Piano gets the shroud to Jean de Vergy, and then it gets to Geoffrey um, through the marriage. But again, we're talking about the plausibility of transfers, and are either of these Della Roches going to make a gift of the shroud, a very valuable object, both financially and religiously? Are they going to make, without any other kind of motivation other than she was getting married, to make a gift of it? Why wouldn't they just keep that themselves? Um, so it's not really that credible a theory. Now, what Di Piano or what Piano kind of relies upon here, you got to have something, right? So in the chateau that used to be the Rey-sur-Sion Chateau, there is a wooded coffer there. And on the coffer, they got a label on it, some kind of plaque or something, and it says, "The Shroud of Christ brought by Othon de la Roche from Constantinople, 1206." Now that's kind of weird because in Piano's story, Othon de la Roche does not bring the shroud to France until 1225 or 1230 when he retires. So I think this 1206 notation is a contradiction of what Piano is saying here. And then he says that he has spoken to people and they tell him that there is a tradition in the Ray family that says that the shroud uh, left Constantinople and thereafter it was kept in the Othon de la Roche castle, which is kind of then contrary to the Theodore Angelus letter that went to Athens. This coffer seems to be built around the old Chamard thing that it was sent 1206, 1207 back to France by Othon. Um, so anyway, that's really problematic. But there's one more that uses the Theodore Angelus letter. We can go to the next slide, and we're all the way up to 10 of these theories. And this is Dan Scabone, who presented a paper in 2008. And it's pretty clear that, and as I said before, there seem to be people that they kind of combine hypotheses. Um, and in this case, he looked like he wanted to combine the Chamard hypotheses, basically, and what Piano had just come up with. So in this story, Othon doesn't send the shroud back in 1206 or 1207. He doesn't take it back in 1225 or 1230. Dan is a historian, so he wants to get something from a record, and he does find a record that in 1219, Othon sent a shuttle diplomat back or to Athens back to his home in the Bessasson area. Now, he was supposed to go there to do diplomatic negotiations for one thing or another. There's nothing said about him taking anything with him or having a shroud, but Dan would, put onto that story that that's when he sent the shroud home. Okay, at least it has a historical text of some kind. And then he says that Othon dies uh, in Athens, and then upon his death, the new Lord of Rhe in the Bessasson area is his son, Othon II. And he kind of then goes kind of the piano route, but not quite, because he simply says the shroud is inherited by Jean de Vergy, which it couldn't have been because the female would not have inherited. So I do think that he misunderstood the story that Piano was telling, and he certainly didn't understand the lore of I'm trying to think of the name of but the law that required the inheritance to be done through the male line. Um, and then he says one of two things happened there. He's not quite sure. He can accept the Chamard narrative. Oh, it's primogeniture. I'm remembering that. Um, Either the cathedral was hit by lightning, and it was Jean de Vergy who removed the shroud. That's more of the Mallinger 1929 argument. She kept it for herself. She married Geoffrey de Charnay, and she brought the shroud into the marriage. Um, or, as I said, she had already inherited. Nothing was required in terms of taking it from the cathedral. But the two stories are conflicting. They don't really go with the other, and it's not quite clear which he prefers. He does say a little bit later in his paper that maybe it was struck by lightning because he believes an account that was later written that that a new shroud was manufactured like in the 1370s, and they used that and replaced the shroud that was stolen in 1349. Um, okay, so this has all the implausibilities of the source documents about Jean de Vergy possibly stealing the shroud or inheriting or what have you. All right, we can go to the next one. Now, I've taken a couple of cracks at the missing years. Back in 1997, when I was basing the logic of the situation on Wilson's Templar um, theory, it just seemed to me, for the reasons I've mentioned, that it could not have been the Templars, but could not have been the Templars. But in my research, I found out that there was another group that had some actual historical connections that might be attributable to the Shroud, and they were the Cathars who lived in Languedoc, which is an area of southern France. And back in 1204, when Constantinople was sacked, they had a large community of two dualist religious groups. Dualists is where they believed that Jesus was both God and man, but they really put a great emphasis on his divine nature rather than his human nature, to the point where they don't think he actually suffered. And some of them don't even think he was crucified because he could not have incurred suffering as somebody who's God at the same time. But in any event, they were called the Bogomils and the Paulicians. And so my idea was that in the chaos of the sack of Constantinople, and per the idea that the shroud disappeared from Constantinople at that time, as Robert de Clary said from his vantage point, that it was not the Cathars who uh, appropriated the shroud through purchase, but the Bogomils and Paulicians, who some of them had very high positions in the Byzantine royalty, that in the chaos they took custody of the shroud. And what they did almost immediately is that their brethren, they had fellow duelists, the Cathars, who were in Languedoc, they were being persecuted. Uh, they were only about 3 years away from an actual crusade, but they were being persecuted by the Church of Rome, and so and they were held up in castles and things like that. That they sent the shroud to Languedoc because it had been used in Constantinople as a palladium, and they thought it would work as a palladium for the Cathars, which is a little bit illogical because it really didn't work for the Byzantines. The Fourth Crusade managed to breach the walls and to conquer that. The Shroud's presence didn't seem to be able to thwart that. Um, and then that the Cathars kept the Shroud there with them until and through the Crusade that was carried out by French nobility against them at the behest of the Pope. They kept it there till 1244. Um, and They then had to flee their last stronghold, which was in a place called Montsegur. And then the Cathars were subject to the Inquisition, and they were persecuted, and they hid from the Inquisition, and so they would have kept the shroud with them at that time. Um, and then we get all the way to like 1349, and at that time, King Philip of France, who's fighting the English in the Hundred-Year War, and Geoffrey is one of his counselors at that time. He gives Geoffrey a grant, a royal grant, and the grant allows Geoffrey to inherit all of the forfeitures that are coming from Languedoc. And so there were Cathars, and they were making forfeitures usually when they died. Then the state would come in and grab all their property, etc. So the idea here was that the shroud was with some Cathar family when it passed away in 1349 or 1350, in that time frame, that their assets were forfeited. One of the assets was the shroud, and per the grant, the shroud got to Geoffrey de Charnay, and it was only a matter of a few years before he began exhibiting this. Um, and it had, as I've said for some of the other theories, it had some meat on the bone. It wasn't just, well, here's a story that's been fashioned. Um, there was, for example, texts at that time in the 1200s, which were called Grail stories, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail has been connected by some people to the Shroud. Some people think the Shroud was the source of the Holy Grail stories. One of the famous Grail trails was by a German named Wolfram von Eschenbach, and he connected the Shroud with a castle which had a name almost identical to Montsegur. Um, there's a historical text that while they were campaigning against the Cathars in the Crusade, it was reported that they are in possession of the body of Jesus. And that would be unusual for Cathars because they did not really believe in Jesus' crucifixion and his death by crucifixion. Um, in addition, I did a lot of research at one time and found that the Cathars actually held a crucifix at the time. There was something called the Cathar crucifix, and when you look at the characteristics of that crucifix, it matches the image of the shroud in terms of there being three nail holes and um, some other similarities with that. And finally, there was you could call it a legend or a rumor or what have you, but that the Cathars held some kind of a precious treasure, um, and that when they left Montsegur, they took that treasure with them. So, it didn't have to be a financial treasure per se. It could very well have been a shroud. But anyway, I felt that there was enough meat on the bone to propose that as a missing year hypothesis in 1997. But it had some of the same problems that some of the other hypotheses did in terms of answering later questions about why, um, what the province of the shroud was and how it could get exhibited in light of Canon 62 and that sort of thing. And I was basically at that time um, following or attempting to follow at least the outlines of what Ian Wilson had proposed as a history, even though it was, different than what he specifically proposed with Cathars. Okay, so I think you can go to the next one. Okay. Okay, so this it goes to 1998. André Marie Dubarre was a French priest, um, and Hilda Leinen had been a shroud researcher for many years. She's one of the only people who actually went to the National Library in France and looked at the um, archives as they pertain to the Darcy Memorandum. So they're both pretty well-known syndicologists back in 1998. Now, like most people at that time, they were kind of hooked on the idea of Wilson's Mendelian theory, and so they considered the shroud to have been the Mendelian at one time. So as they did this hypothesis, missing years hypothesis, they kind of built it around the Mendelian theory. And so the way that it worked was that uh, the shroud remained in Constantinople. After the sack of Constantinople, it went to the Latin emperors and uh, ultimately was owned by the last Latin emperor, Baldwin II. Heard that before. Um, and so we get to where Baldwin is now selling his relics indirectly uh, to his cousin Louis the Ninth of France. And one of the relics, uh, one of these 22 relics that are enumerated that he did sell to Louis the Ninth, it was something that was described as a holy tau. And it's not much information about it, simply that there was a relic called a holy tau. What made it holy, where it came from, nobody knows. But it was Dubarre and Leinen's theory that this was really the old Mandilion, which had been folded. They knew that the Byzantines at the end knew it was a shroud. They exhibited it as a shroud in 1204. But then when the Latins were on their way to conquer Constantinople, they turned it inside out and folded it. And so anybody just kind of looking at it without picking it up and opening it would think it was a tau, an unimaged tau. That's what the idea is behind this. And that when Baldwin was looking around for relics that he could use as security to borrow monies that he was never going to pay back, Louis would have to pay them back, and then he would get the relics through forfeiture. One of these things was a towel, and he didn't look at it closely, and none of the people in his employ looked upon it closely. And so he put this up as security for one of the loans, and then he defaulted, and it made its way through Louis the Ninth, and it was transferred then over to Paris. And in 1248, when the Sainte-Chapelle was opened, it was one of the relics that was installed there. And essentially, their idea was that for all those years, it stayed, well, those years are from 1248 till about 1350, for 102 years. It was not known or thought of to be anything other than a holy towel. And in 1350, King Philip VI of France, who is the king that Geoffrey de Charnay serves, um, felt that de Charnay should be awarded for his military service, perhaps because he knew that de Charnay was going to open up a church and put relics in it. But in any event, that he directed that this holy towel be awarded to Geoffrey de Charnay. And supposedly then he doesn't know that it's really a folded up shroud, and none of the people that are in the Sainte Chapelle know about it. Whoever retrieves it and delivers it to Geoffrey, they don't open it and they don't know it. But nevertheless, it goes to Geoffrey de Charnay, and within a very short time, certainly within 3 years or so, de Charnay and the Leary clergy know that it's not a holy towel. They know that it's a shroud of Jesus, and they decide that not only are they going to put it in the church, but they're going to exhibit it. They'll have major exhibitions. Um, Now, there's not a lot of evidence for this. There's a historical text about a reliquary being transferred uh, to Louis. And the proposal here is that the towel was in this reliquary, but there's not really a witness of saying that a towel was actually moved or any kind of cloth was moved to Louis at the time. Um, there's also a little bit of circumstantial evidence that in the Liray Church, they find other relics of that church that are similar to relics that were reported to be in the Sainte Chapelle. So maybe this wasn't the only instance of Philip transferring relics to the Liray Church. And then, and this is really kind of an act of desperation, in 1525, long after these events, what's left of the Leary clergy write a little history of how the shroud got to come to Leary, and they recite that King Philip VI gave the shroud to Geoffrey. But that's pretty much late in the game, and no one else has ever said that before. And so the positive affirmative evidence is not really that strong in its favor. And even this document of 1525, it actually has like at least one miraculous account in it about how Geoffrey escaped from English imprisonment through the help of an angel. So you can see it's not really a historical document as much as it is a religious document. Now, most scholars, I think Philippe, including Andrea Nicolati, uh, believe that it was the Mandillion that was sent to Louis IX in this reliquary, and not the shroud, and that it actually stayed in the collection, whether it was or was not in the reliquary itself. It stayed in the collection until the French Revolution. There's some confusion about that because there are relic inventories that would not necessarily bear that out. But at least that seems to be the majority opinion, not only of these academics, but of people like Ian Wilson, Mark Guskin, and some authenticists who also believe that was the outcome of the Mandillion, which never was the shroud. It was only per Wilson theory that it was the shroud. So that's pretty much, I think, what we had in the bucket, if you will, of historical theses until 2017. And in that year, you can move to the next slide.
I've a couple questions
Yes,
actually.
go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing I want to ask about the 1525 text and about the angel and
Mhm.
stuff. Now I can picture a Shroud skeptic saying, "Hang on here, Jack. You've got double standards. So we dismiss this 1525 text because it's got a supernatural event in it. But earlier you were saying that we can't dismiss certain other people. Remember Andrea Nicolati, one of his criticisms was that it contains supernatural things. So, like, do you have a double standard here? Like, why are you dismissing this 1525 text for that reason when we shouldn't do that for earlier texts and stuff?
Well, my standard is what I just said with regard to this 1525 text. I'm not sure of an earlier standard where I submitted that any of the texts that I've cited have any kind of religious connotation to them. If you go back to the issue of 1204 in the Robert de Clary text, there is not a mention in the Robert de Clary text when it comes to the Shroud of Black of anything supernatural about it. It's, there's something that's the Shroud of Jesus. He says it stands itself upright, but he doesn't say that that's a miracle. And as I think you know, there have been people like John Jackson who have suggested that the Byzantines used all these mechanical devices that they could have very easily engaged. They could have, used some kind of a mechanical mechanism that would have raised the shroud upright at that time. It was actually Nicolati who, to me, inserted the miraculous into it. He was the one that talked about the miracle of the habitual miracle and the miracle of the shroud of the silk being raised, and that maybe that was a shroud. I'm usually very dubious as I approach things when things get to be miraculous. All the things that I've cited over the years, if you talk about like the Hymn of the Pearl, I mean it's obviously a poem, it's obviously fictional, but there's not really in it a where somebody says it's it's a miracle whereby something transpired. So no, I don't think I'm applying a double standard. When I see the 1525, the document done by the um, clergy of Lyrae, I'm perfectly willing to kind of look at, that part of the document and say, well, for what it's worth, I mean, it's a late rendition, but they're saying they got Geoffrey originally got the document from King Philip VI. But then when they say, let's tell you a little story about Geoffrey, and he was taken prisoner by the English, and he was held in England, and the way he escaped factually, not, it is said or whatever, factually, an angel appeared and got him out of prison. Uh, I have to think that it casts some down on the credibility of the whole text that's being spoken about there. But Robert de Clary was not a miraculous. He didn't say any of these things transpired by way of miracles. He simply reported what he saw in Constantinople or what was being said by others in Constantinople.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. And my second question is with this theory involving Saint Chapelle. Did you forget? Isn't Mario Lantindresi also a part of this as well? Like, where does he fit into
Yeah,
this?
he's got a role. If you look at the date of this, it's 1998, and so at some point between 1998 and I would say 2012, Latondresi became interested in this theory, and he kind of did amendments to it or supplementations to it, kind of the way that Dorothy Crispino did it for uh, Peter de Savio. In other words, I think that he saw some weaknesses in it, or he saw some blanks in it, unanswered questions, and so he started filling in some blanks. Um, and then because he then became a promoter of it, this wasn't really very well promoted by Dubois or Leinen. It was really kind of Latendresse, um, who, being younger and more modern, and he had a website and all that, and he started uh, repeating this theory, but then kind of supplementing. Then he would get criticisms, especially from authenticists, who said that this is not the way that it worked out, and even from academics saying that they thought it was the shroud. Then he would, come up with things that he tried to defend it. I think he was the one that, for example, he went and did research into the actual inventories of the Sainte-Chapelle over the years. I don't think Dubar or Leinen did that part of it. But to me, they are very ambivalent, because as I recall, they don't even mention a cloth, but they do talk about a large relic in this reliquary that he believes and could be the reliquary of the Mandillion. Um, and More recently, he's even amended this with something that I haven't been very clear on. I can remember we had this discussion during the 2017 conference in Washington State, and uh, I had raised the question of why in the world would King Philip have given this precious relic, knowing it was a precious relic or not knowing about it, to Geoffrey de Charnay, either way. Um, and uh, his feeling at that time was that it was for his military service. And there was a French expression used by Geoffrey's granddaughter. It had the French word feu in it, which means fire. And the granddaughter had been quoted by some authenticists as saying that my grandfather, Geoffrey de Charnay, obtained this shroud par feu, or whatever the expression was, like by fire. And even La Tendresse was arguing at that time that means through conflict. But I remember having a panel discussion on it, and I was in that panel, and I remarked that Dorothy Christina, who spoke French fluently, and by the way, La Tendresse speaks French. She's French Canadian, so it's its own dialect. But she said that the expression that included parfum merely meant the late, the deceased, so that the actual quote was, my grandfather, the late Geoffrey de Charnay, acquired the shroud, not through fire, not through combat, not in any of those ways. And La Tendresse did not respond to that at that time. And since that time, I think it was about 3 years ago, he entered into some kind of a co-authorship of an article that was published in the BSTS around 2023, I think, with Heinrich Dietz, I think is his name. Dietz is definitely his name, from Germany. He's a Sindonologist and a historian, in which now he's, because that was the weakest part, I think, of the proofs. There's kind of this really uh, Byzantine type story that there was a banquet that was held in 1352 when they created the Order of the Star, and that Geoffrey de Charnay was there. And in an account of it, at the end of the banquet, somebody takes these cloths, which they call nappies, I think, Nappes, and they put them in a pile and they award it not to Geoffrey, but they award it to a friend of Geoffrey's. And so now they changed this hypothesis to say this is how the cloth got to Geoffrey. It was no longer an award in the military given by King Philip VI, but it was some kind of a gift given by King John II, the son of Philip VI, at the end of a banquet. He gave it to a friend of Geoffrey's, who then died about 2 years later, and then he gave it to Geoffrey. It's a very convoluted, that was the word I was looking for. It's a very convoluted story, to the extent that in the very next issue of the BSTS, Ian Wilson contested the validity of the story. And so I don't think it's done anything to help this hypothesis. I don't think it has really provided, uh, say, a plausible way of the Shroud getting to Jeffrey Descharnay. I actually think the military award was a more plausible story, but it was just not a very good story. So that's been his involvement. He's just basically as I understand it, he's like kind of an editor and defender of this theory, certainly not an author of it.
All right, perfect. So, all right, and do you mind if just before you get into your theory, you mentioned that there was possibly 14. What was that? So I know your theory is obviously 13.
Yes.
What
The
what
14th is what I told you about Ian Wilson coming into uh,
okay.
the conference in Spain, Valencia, Spain, in which now, instead of the Templars, uh, Geoffrey and a companion are given the shroud to take back in trust to
Ed,
France.
Edward Bogier or something like that.
Yes, de Beauchamp, yeah.
Awesome. All right, cool.
Beaujeu, I think is the name, yeah, Beaujeu.
Bojo. All right, perfect. All right. Well, I will. What is the truth, Jack? What is your theory?
Well, I can't say it's the truth. I just think that um, in 2017, after I'd done a lot of independent research, which I really began around in 2010 when I abandoned the Ian Wilson theory as being um, accurate. And in this independent research, one of the things that I found was that I'm kind of giving away the ending of the story, but that's okay. I found out that for the first time that Geoffrey Descharnay was the grandson of Jean de Joinville, who was the biographer of Louis IX and the close companion and friend and confidant of Louis IX. And that was only published in a book that somebody happened to write about Geoffrey Descharnay's books on chivalry in 1996 or 98. It was almost a throwout in which these people who were academics and obviously did some heavy research into Geoffrey Descharnay were able to find out that there was this relationship. Now, up till this time, uh, Ian Wilson and all the others, if they were trying to say, how did Jeffrey get the shroud? And, there was, oh, he got it through uh, marriage, or he got it as a military award, or what have you. Whenever they would deal with inheritance, it would always be through his father, because, as I said, primogeniture required that the inheritance be through the son, and usually the oldest son, and Jeffrey was I think, the third of three sons. So nobody was really looking at a way that Jeffrey would have gotten the shroud um, through inheritance, and particularly through his mother. Very little was known about his mother. It was always about Jean de Charnay, who was a knight. And so when I looked at this, I said, well, I want to look at this connection whole lot closer than I've looked at it before. And so I started then doing my research on John de Joinville and his family. Uh, and that's where I came upon this theory in which the shroud gets to Geoffrey de Charnay through inheritance, and specifically through um, his mother and through his grandfather, Jean de Joinville, who his association with King Louis IX, King Louis IX, for the reasons I've given, is the primo collector of Byzantine relics, and he's getting them from his cousin Baldwin II, and Baldwin II owned all those knights, all those relics that he did turn over. So it's obvious. It was very obvious that when Baldwin got when the Latins got into control, there was a cache of relics including the crown of thorns, including the holy cow and all these other relics that were just maintained in that treasury, almost anonymous really in that treasury until about 1240. And then they found their way to uh, Louis IX. And so the idea that the not being part of those transactions, but being part of a later transaction with Louis IX, and then there being, for some reason, which I would still would have to detect, there would be a reason why Louis IX would give the shroud to Jean de Joinville. Further research gave me the reason why, a very excellent reason why he would do that. And so I became convinced that this uh, theory was extremely plausible on the transfers, fit right within the context of the history. And then the event scribe would explain perfectly why the Byzantine provenance of this cloth was never disclosed by Geoffrey and the church, and why the Pope would have allowed, even without the benefit of a formal bull, while the Pope would have allowed it to be exhibited in Leary in compliance with Canon 62. So, yeah, it's my theory. It's the latest of all the theories. I like it. I think it's extremely illogical, and it's been out there now in this form for 8 years, and I haven't heard a single critique of it.
All right, awesome. Next, next slide, or
Okay, yeah, just leave it here, and we'll kind of give you the background of this. Now you don't have. I don't need that one yet. Thanks. Okay.
what? Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay. So, what people don't seem to talk about in all these theories that I've discussed with you so far, even the ones that keep the shroud in Constantinople, they just say, "Oh, the shroud was in the treasury, and then one day along the way, Baldwin II does something with it. You know, he hawks it as loan security, or he sells it, or with him when he flees Constantinople. But what was happening with it between 1204, the sack of Constantinople, and when Baldwin got involved with it? And there were other emperors. Why did they not focus on the treasury of relics, and why didn't they do something with it? So, just very quickly, when the Crusade conquered Constantinople, they didn't really have all the plans on the table for what they were going to do at that time. And very quickly, some of the Crusade leaders decided that, hey, the emperor has fled, and we could actually take over this whole ball of wax that we have here in Constantinople. So then they were competing with each other for who was going to be the new emperor. And the beginning, the conflict was between the French and the Venetians. And there was even an attempt to put the Doge of Venice, who was leading the Venetian contingent, they put him on the imperial throne. But he basically kind of withdrew from all of that. He kind of got what he wanted from the stash of treasures that were there, mainly in the form of um, monetary treasures. And then that created a competition between two groups. One was the family of the de Courtenays. They that came from like the Holland end of France, uh, and a Count Boniface de Montferrat. They were both very powerful. They both had big parts of the army, and they competed. And it was finally decided, well, unless we're going to go to war with each other, we're going to have an election. And so they had an election, and the de Courtenay family won. But what they had to do, it sounds like a recent political intrigue. They had to promise a big part of the territory of the empire, Thessalonica. They had to promise that to Boniface, and he kind of moved out of Constantinople when he took over um, that part of the world. Well, anyway, as soon as Henry gets in, he's first got this conflict with Boniface, and they no sooner settles that, and there are nothing but wars. Of course, the Greeks want to get their city back, so they're always creating problems for him. But he had problems with others. There were the Lombards of Thessalonica, a part of the territory. The next country over was Bulgaria, and they were a fierce and viciously fierce people at that time. Um, and then these various Angelos family and other Greek families, they were settling in places like Nicaea, and other cities. And they were just looking for their first chance to get these Latins out of here. And so he had to go out, Henry had to go out and engage in battles with these people. And he ends up going into a battle called the Battle of Adrianople in 1205, and he's captured and then he's executed. And so he's succeeded by his brother Henry. He's now Emperor Henry I, and he's got 7 years of wars. He's now at war with the Lombards of Thessalonica, the Bulgarians, the Nicaeans. And when he dies in 1216, there's suspicion that he's been poisoned. The next emperor, whose name is Peter, he's in there for about 4 or 5 years. He's in battles with the Greeks, and he gets captured by the Greeks and he gets executed. The next one that comes along, Robert, he is also engaged in battles with the Greeks. And by this time, his barons are upset with him and they try to overthrow him. So he makes a journey to Rome to meet with the Pope to get papal support, which he gets. But on the way back to Constantinople, he dies. And we're almost through what's left of the De Courtenay line, both right down the line and through marriage. And so the only one who's left is Robert's brother, and his name is Baldwin. And he succeeds to the throne in 1228, and he's only 11 years old at that time. And so you can see that the first 24 years of the rule by the Latin Empire, they are so much engaged in warfare and just, trying to defend what they've taken. And several of the emperors have given lives in these disputes, that their focus is not really that much on relics. And back at that time, there wasn't much you could do with relics other than to venerate them. You couldn't sell them because there was a mortal sin in the Catholic Church called simony. And if you tried to get money for a precious holy object like that, then you would commit a very serious sin. And so even if the emperor was somewhat stretched on its financial resources, people like the first four emperors would never really have given any idea, let's see what we have in relics and sell them. But Baldwin was, a beast unto himself, because first of all, he was only 11 years old. And for the first 6 years that he was there till the time he was 17, the barons appointed a man by the name of John de Brienne. That's where the de Brienne family comes from. He had served as a king of Jerusalem before that. And he was the regent, so he was kind of making most of the choices for him. And the when you get to the year 1234, and when Baldwin's about 17 years old, first thing that de Brienne does is marry him off to his daughter, de Brienne's daughter. And so he's now a 17-year-old married man slash child. And what he finds is, now that he's in control, is the empire absolutely has no money whatsoever. It's been run into the ground financially. So he has no money to pay soldiers or sailors or anything. You go to the next slide. And this is a report that was made by the papal envoy to Constantinople in 1234. Kind of sums things up. He says, the land of Constantinople was as if deprived of all protection. The Lord Emperor John, that's John de Brienne, was a pauper. All the paid knights departed. The ships of the Venetians, Pisans, Ancantans, and other nations were ready to leave, and some indeed had already left. When we saw that the land was abandoned, we feared danger because it was surrounded by enemies. So that's the state of Constantinople when Baldwin becomes emperor at the age of 17. Now, he was the cousin. I told you his family was from the north end of France near Holland, but he was the cousin of the family of the king of France. And in fact, in this year of 1234, the king of France was King Louis IX. He had become king of France in 1226. He was 12 at that time. So he's only 20. He's about 3 years older than Baldwin is. But it's only in 1234 that he's kind of ruling on his own. Before that time, his mother was ruling as regent, co-regent at that time. And he immediately, from the time that he was a boy, through the way he was raised by his pious mother, he was known as an exemplary Christian ruler, and he was dedicated to serving God and the church and his fellow man. So now you've got two extreme situations. In France, you've got a cousin with, you got a ruler with a stable family, and France was one of the richest nations in the world at that time. And then you've got his cousin Baldwin, who is broke. His army can't be paid. They're abandoning him, and even the papal delegation says to the Pope, "I think everything's going to be lost here in a very short time." So Baldwin goes to France and throughout Europe, and he begs them for money. Um, and he doesn't really get very much help in the 3 years that he's over there. And while he's there, de Brienne is trying to hold things together, but he's being surrounded by all of these enemies at that time. And Baldwin really does not know what to do, but he knows two things. Louis has all the money that he would possibly need if he can just get it from Louis. And number two, Louis has announced that his program is to build a beautiful chapel in Paris and to make Paris the new Constantinople religiously. And he wants to put all the relics he can into the Sainte-Chapelle. And who owns those relics, who has access to them, is Baldwin. So there's a dynamic at play there that is pretty much demanding that Baldwin sell these relics to Louis and thereby get the money to keep himself afloat in ruling Constantinople. But of course, it was known that you couldn't make a sale of a relic for money. And if you did, the Catholic Church would no doubt come along and demand that you end your rule. You're a mortal sinner at that point. And so that's not going to work. But between the two of them and their advisors, they kind of figured out a plan, because simony had like an asterisk next to it. There was like an exception to simony, and that is it was perfectly fine for a Christian to buy a relic if by buying the relic it would be kept out of the hands of those who could potentially desecrate it. So if you found out that a relic was in the hands of, or was going to be put in the hands of a relic desecrator, you could buy that relic from its present possessor, and you could do so without committing simony. And so what they did was, and especially because Baldwin needed the money immediately, they kind of did a test run on one of the most famous relics that they had in Constantinople, sitting in the treasury. It was the crown of thorns. And so they uh, came up with a scheme by which Baldwin would go to a lender, and they would usually go to these lenders who were still hanging around Constantinople because of their Venetian roots. They weren't bankers, they were, merchants, shippers, and that sort of thing. They were a little bit like the Doge was at that time, but they had a ton of money, and they would lend it, and they would lend it at exorbitant interest rates, but they would lend it. But of course, like all lenders, they needed some security. So the idea here was you had to bring them into this scheme, and that is lend Baldwin the money he needs, that he's asking for. He will put up as security a relic, in this case, the crown of thorns. And if the Venetians said, what are we going to do with the crown of thorns? I mean, we're not in the relic business. They would say, well, this is the way it's going to work at the end. Baldwin is not going to pay you back. He's going to default. And then you are in a position to have the relic forfeit to you. But we can easily describe you as a potential desecrator of a relic. You're not really pious people. And then he will notify his cousin Louis that a relic, a precious relic, is going to be forfeited to a possible desecrator. And Louis will come in, and under the terms of the loan, he will have the right of redemption, what they call redemption. He can redeem the relic, and he will pay the loan with all the interest on it, and then he will get the relic. He can do what he wants with it. And they said, well, let's try this out with the crown of thorns, and it worked like a breeze. And they were especially concerned about how the church was going to react to this, because anybody looking at it could pretty easily see through what they were actually doing. And this was de facto a sale of the crown of thorns by Baldwin to Louis. But the Pope at that time was Gregory the Ninth, and Gregory the Ninth was very high on his agenda. Was he was continuing to prosecute the heretic Cathars in Languedoc, which I mentioned way back to 1204, and the crusade started in 1207. And so who was prosecuting this crusade for him? It was the French royalty and the French nobles who were doing it. So he wasn't going to get into any kind of row with Louis IX over what was happening here. And probably he was just as happy or happier to see these precious relics being brought to Paris than to be left out in Constantinople. And especially, because Constantinople was being, even at that time, being threatened by like Muslim enemies. So nothing was said. It worked. I think that the amount involved was more than what would have been $500,000 in our currency at that time. And once it worked, and once Louis redeemed the crown of thorns, and that was being brought back to Paris, they said, well, it can work with everything else. And Baldwin goes in and he scrounges up from the treasury 21 more relics. And he puts them all up as security for loans. He defaults on those loans. The loans are forfeited to the lenders, and there's this period of redemption. And during the period of redemption, Louis comes in and he pays the loan, and he then takes title. And so this all happened by about 1242. So within a period of 5 years, Louis now had 22 valuable, religiously valuable Byzantine relics that he was going to put in what became the Sainte Chapelle which at that time was under construction. The construction was completed about 6 years after these events in 1248. And so, that was the game that was afoot, and then that's how it was played. But what would happen is Baldwin would keep running out of money. He didn't have like a source of income. He wasn't even out there conquering anywhere because he really didn't have enough paid soldiers to do it. The soldiers who were there were basically trying to defend him against anyone taking over Constantinople. In addition, around when he started this with the Crown of Thorns in 1237, John de Brion, his co-regent, died. And so he wasn't there to help him again. And so he was kind of working on a wing and a prayer. And he did what he did before. He took another trip to Western Europe. And although it didn't work last time, he said, I'm going to go over there and see if I can round up some more money. And that's when he left people like the Tusi family in control as regents, trying to hold things settled where he could get money. And he probably did raise some and he sent some back. That was just enough to hold them. But we get to 1248, and Louis has decided now that he needs to serve his religious purposes by leading a crusade to the Holy Land, starting in Egypt, which is where the Fourth Crusade was supposed to go when it got diverted to Constantinople. And so he kind of said to Baldwin, "This is it. My focus here is strictly on the crusade." And he takes off in late 1248 for Egypt. Baldwin returns to Constantinople and he's broke and things are falling apart for him. So he has no choice but to borrow some money, but he can't play the relic scheme game with Lewis anymore. And so he needs to borrow approximately $1 million at that time in today's currency. And he finds two Venetian merchants who will lend it to him, but without Louis in the background to pay it. They said the only way we can be assured that we're going to be repaid this loan is they demand that Baldwin allow them to take his son, Philip, 7 years old at that time, captive to Venice. And he's not going to get Philip back until the loan is paid in full. And that's what he does. He gets his $1 million. Philip is taken captive and he goes to Venice. And in all this time, the interest, which at that time was about 12 to 15%, that's running on this debt and accumulating on this debt and compounding on the debt. Now, Louis suffered a defeat when he went to Europe and went to Egypt in the second battle. And basically, his army wanted to break up and go home. And he allowed that to happen to a certain extent, but he stayed there with, a portion of his army and retinue. He was counseled in this by John de Joinville, who was one of the knights who accompanied Louis to Egypt, and he rose very high in the hierarchy of Louis's advisors. And Louis finally comes back to France in 1254. While he was gone, his mother had died, so he didn't have her counsel anymore. He was more dependent on Jean de Joinville's counsel. So he's there in 1254, but he's not doing anything. He doesn't seem to be that concerned about or aware of the situation involving Philip, the son of Baldwin, until about 1258. So by this time, the loan has run about 10 years with all the interest. I think I computed by this time it would be like $4 million in today's currency. A huge amount, a king's ransom, literally. And Louis tries to get involved on the fringes. In 1258 he actually inquires as to the captors of Louis. The lenders are saying, we are sick and tired of waiting for our money, and meantime we're paying out-of-pocket costs for his living expenses. And Louis hears about that, thinks that he's in danger, and he actually advances payment for his living expenses, which at that point were about $60,000 that was due. Um, and so this is all completed by about 1259. And then uh, what happened was that uh, with the loan up to about, as I said, about $4 million, um, the the army that Baldwin did have left in Greece, and some of it was manned by some of the barons that were out, like Othon Delaroche or the Delaroche family in Athens and what have you. But they had an army together. But the Greeks were constantly trying to defeat them, and there was a huge battle in September of 1259 at Pelagonia, and the Greeks completely routed the Latins. And at that point in time, Baldwin knew that it was just a short matter of time when the Greeks would reconquer uh, Constantinople. And it would seem that it was at this time that Baldwin said, I'm going to be out of here, and what I need is to make sure I get my son out of captivity, uh, because the next thing that happens is that King Louis, although he never acknowledged that he did this, pays Philip's ransom. He was probably the only person in Europe at that time who could have paid a ransom of this size, but close to $4 million. And it's very clear that he must have done that because Philip, when he was released, the first thing he did was he joined Louis's entourage. Now, Louis is not common sense and past experience. He is not inclined to pay over $4 million ransom and get nothing in return. When he got the relics, he had to pay money in order to get the relics. And I would imagine that what Baldwin told him was, I saved the best relic to last. I've got this fantastic shroud of Jesus with his image of his entire body on it. And if you don't help me, I'm going to have to sell that to somebody here and get some money. And I think that Louis felt at that time that if he agreed to pay Philip's ransom and get Philip freed, that he would be rescuing the shroud from some potential desecrator of it. One of the people who a person like Baldwin would be inclined to deal with. And so I believe that he paid that ransom in order to get the shroud. And historians looking at this from a completely non-shroud vantage point have agreed that it was Louis's money that freed Philip. Nobody else would have been motivated to do it. Nobody else really had the money to do it. But of course, they didn't take into consideration any aspect of the shroud or relics being involved in this. But then I think what transpired is that after the shroud was delivered to him per this deal, and the shroud may have actually been brought to him by Philip, because as I said, he was kept prisoner in Venice. When he was released, he no doubt went back to see his mother and father in Constantinople. And by 1261, he was now back in France serving as uh, a servant and running errands for Louis. So he could have very well been the person who transported the shroud from Constantinople very privately to Louis. But I think what happened is that Louis did receive advice, and maybe he didn't go for advice uh, before he did this because he just felt it was going to be another transaction that would be exempt from simony because he was um, rescuing a relic. But I think he was advised that this was not a relic rescue. The shroud had nothing to do with it at that time. He didn't pay to rescue the shroud from a desecrator, from a known desecrator, but instead he used the money to pay for the release of his nephew. I guess he was a nephew, he was a cousin's child, but a relative of his. And that therefore, technically, he had committed the sin of simony, and that he would not be covered or potentially would not be covered by the exemption to the transaction, the relic rescue transaction. And for Louis at that time, of course, as I've said before, not only was the throne important to him, but the his reputation for sanctity was very important to him. I think he strived even at that time to become a saint, at the time of his death. And so it's clear he did some things that in which he tried to cover up what he had done because he had relatives through his mother's side of the family in Spain, and he tried to get historians in Spain to write accounts where the shroud Philip was actually ransomed by the King of Spain at that time, which it's known that that did not happen, but he tried to do that. And so what would you do with the relic that you can't put in the Sainte Chapelle? You don't want anybody beyond the people who already know to know of this transaction. You kind of want this whole thing to go away. He had a ready answer because he had Jean de Joinville there. And de Joinville was not just like a military man and counselor. He was also considered very pious. He wrote religious books at that time. And so I think that the arrangement that they made was that de Joinville would take the shroud to his castle, which was out in the more eastern part of France, the other side of Paris, and he would preserve it there and make sure that his possession of it did not become known, and he would make sure that it got the respect that it deserved as a relic. And the idea was, if you could keep that, or your family could keep that there, for a number of years, let's say another 50 to 100 years, then the possession of the shroud could be revealed without revealing even how you got it, because all the witnesses to this would be gone. And it would the whole transaction would be somewhat forgotten. So what I suggest is that that's what he did about 1262, 1263. The shroud went with de Joinville to Joinville. Louis in 1270 led a crusade to Tunis and almost immediately contracted and died from dysentery. And within a year, the French people were screaming that Louis was saintly and they wanted to have him canonized at that time. And so there was like a 26-year investigation of Louis. Uh, and during this period of time, all the people who would have had knowledge about this transaction died. Not only did Baldwin die, and Baldwin's wife died, but even young Philip died during this 26-year period. And with everybody who knew it out of the way, other than Joinville, who might form a threat of at least some personal knowledge of it, Pope Boniface VII declared Louis to be a saint of the Catholic Church in 1297. So now it was up to Joinville to somehow get the shroud preserved and to keep it a secret for some period longer where it would be safer before it would be revealed. And what we know that he did This is in the records now that we know about the connection between Geoffrey de Charnay and Jean de Joinville. What he did was that around 1295, Joinville, who's now over 70 years old, so he's very old for a man of that time period, his youngest daughter is getting married. And this was a daughter of his second marriage. His first wife died either while he was at the crusade in Egypt or soon after that. So he had a fairly young daughter. She got engaged to a French knight by the name of Jean de Charnay. And Joinville created what they call a dowry gift. He um, made a gift of the property, the fief in Liray that he had owned to his daughter, whose name was Marguerite, meaning that she could hold that property in her own name. It was not the property of her husband, and the successor to that property would be whoever she named as the successor to her dowry. Had nothing to do with primogeniture or the rights of her husband or the rights of other sons. And she chose to leave Liray to Geoffrey, her youngest son, most likely because, again, by the time he would claim the shroud and possibly exhibit or make it known, he was going to be, that would probably come many, many years later. And the distance, the time between his doing that and these events involving Louis might have been almost a century by that time. But in any event, she left a will, and she left Liray in that will. And I suggest that at the same time she left Liray in the will, she left the shroud in the will as a piece of dowry property for Geoffrey. And unfortunately for her, she died rather young. She died in 1306, when Geoffrey himself was only about 6 years old at that time. And that per the probably the direction that her father fashioned in these documents, the relic, the shroud itself, would continue just to be kept in Joinville by Jean de Joinville or by his successors. He had other children. He had children. He had sons who would become the Lord of Joinville until such time as the owner, Geoffrey, would claim it. And I believe that that's what happened. John de Joinville himself lived until I think it was about 1316. He outlived his youngest daughter by 10 years. He was about 92 at the time. And he kept the shroud, and there's evidence that Geoffrey visited him in Joinville, and that therefore he was put on notice that there was a shroud there, that he was the legal owner, and that he could claim its possession whenever he wanted. When John Joinville died, his oldest son was named Henry, and so he was Geoffrey's cousin. And so the shroud just remained in his possession in Joinville for the period of time that he was the Lord, and he actually lived and remained the Lord. I think into the 1340s or the 1350s. And Geoffrey had no need for the shroud during those years. He was completely tied up in terms of making a living, his military training. He was a person, as the youngest son, he was the son that had to go into the army. Typically, the oldest son would inherit the final father's property, and he wouldn't have to work that hard in terms of a profession. The second son would usually go into the church and make his living that way, and the third son usually had to go into the military, and that's where Geoffrey was, and he was tied up specifically with the French army from 1337, the start of the Hundred Years' War, until his death in 1356. Um, so, as I mentioned before, this hypothesis is one that accesses a means of acquisition by Jeffrey that wasn't even recognized as possible until 1996, when the relationship between Jeffrey and through his mother, John de Joinville, was discovered. I'm a little bit surprised because I didn't discover this relationship connection until I think it was around 2011, and I worked on it for 6 years after that. But coincidentally, after this academic study, which established this relationship, was published in about 1996, Ian Wilson published his second book on the Shroud in 1998. It was called The Blood in the Shroud. And he mentioned in there that these researchers, academics, had found this relationship, but he had no comment to make on it, and he never uh, pursued that as an avenue. He had, kind of picked his poison, and that is that the Shroud um, had gotten to Jeffrey by way of the Templars, or, in 2012, as I said, he kind of mixed that around. It got to Jeffrey by way of happening to come upon somebody in Serbia who wanted to send the Shroud to France. But this was, when I read it, this was a very, very logical relationship of how Jeffrey got the Shroud. But I think that I was probably in my studies more aware of the King Louis IX relic connection than Wilson was in the areas where he studied at that time. Um, okay, so that's kind of the last of these hypotheses. Um, so let me just kind of conclude here by saying this. Um, it would appear that, um, and what struck me was that the John de Joinville was the uh, confidant of Louis the Ninth. Louis the Ninth had been doing business with Baldwin II and getting relics from Baldwin II. And so it just so happens that the grandfather, the maternal grandfather of Geoffrey de Charnay, is the confidant of the world's most prolific collector of Byzantine relics. And so this is kind of a circumstance, but it's a very strong circumstance that would suggest that the greatest of the Byzantine relics, the Shroud Turin, would have, if it had been owned at one time by Baldwin II, which all the evidence indicates that it would be, that if it was going to get from Baldwin II to Geoffrey de Charnay, that would have happened through Louis IX and through Jean de Joinville. So it kind of makes all the sense in the world from the historical evidence that's known. And so I'll finish with this. In my opinion, the Yosemite missing years hypothesis only implicates only historically plausible transfers of the Shroud's possession. None of the transfers that I mentioned, I think, are not plausible, not common sense transfers. And they fit perfectly with what Pope Clement VII said in 1389 when he was describing the ownership of the Shroud by Geoffrey de Charnay the first, the father, the knight, and that is that it had been freely given to him. In other words, it had been freely given to him by his mother as a gift of what was her dowry property, the Shroud of Turin. That's how he got it. That fits the testimony that would later be given by Geoffrey's granddaughter. And I hope to show in the next segment, I can't do it here now, but in the next segment, I'll take Geoffrey, his life and history up to 1355 or so, when the shroud was exhibited in Leray and show why these factual circumstances in this hypothesis explains why there was papal approval given for the veneration of the shroud in Leary, which other than me ever seems to want to talk about, by the way. There's acknowledgments of Canon 62, but it seems like for everybody else that doesn't matter. And nobody is explaining why Geoffrey was permitted to exhibit the shroud for veneration in a church um, without any involvement of the Pope, which would have been in violation of the canon, and nobody cared, nobody did anything about it, the Pope or anybody else. And then the big mystery is, why did the church and Geoffrey never give the story behind the shroud that was being exhibited? Why didn't they say this is the shroud that Robert de Clary declared had been exhibited in um, Constantinople? But the reason, which I'll go into more, but it's also very clear that if they had given the provenance and they had told this story, it would have then brought up the subject of the way in which Louis IX acquired the shroud, which may have been arguably or possibly simony. And by this time, he's a declared canonized saint of the Catholic Church. So I don't think anyone wanted to get into it. And there's one other reason which I'll get into. I'll just touch on it now. By not giving the background and the Byzantine provenance, uh, if they simply had left Louis out of the whole thing, but said this was the shroud that was in Constantinople, the implication would have been it would have been acquired in some way, which involved a theft of the shroud from the emperors of Constantinople, and therefore it could have triggered a demand by the present emperor of Constantinople to have it returned to Constantinople. And at this very time, Pope Innocent VI was negotiating with the Emperor of Constantinople to end the schism uh, between the Eastern Church and the Latin Church that had gone on since 1053. And the emperor at that time, John, uh, he would become a Catholic in about 6 years after these events happened. But his mother at that time was a Catholic. She was a Catholic princess from Western Europe. And so this had to be handled in a way in which it didn't prejudice the negotiations that were going on. So that will bring us to the shroud being in Geoffrey's hands. And in the next segment, I suppose we can talk about what is a lot of controversy, not just between authenticists and medievalists, but also among authenticists, and that is the way in which the shroud was exhibited in Liray in the mid 1355s, and what really makes sense given everything that was involved with that. That's it.
All right, all right. So I guess for the next segment, you would say you're covering the period starting 1355, 1356 up until when did you like 1400, or did you? Oh, I know you mentioned the 1525 text. Are you going beyond 1400 as well, or?
Oh no, the 1525 text would have nothing to do. That's just something that the canons put together. I think I would start with at least a kind of a overview of at 1306, where Geoffrey has inherited the shroud. This now puts the shroud in his hands. I would just want to do a short biography of Geoffrey, what he did between then and 1355, because one of the things, as you probably know, is he ended up getting a charter to build a church in Leary. So what were the circumstances at that time with Geoffrey? Clarify, what his marriages were, who he was married to, and his children, and that sort of thing. Then go into the actual exhibitions and deal with, what was said in the Darcy Memorandum about them, and kind of get them through those exhibitions. go through the interregnum between the first set of exhibitions in the 1350s and the second set of exhibitions that started in 1389, including, again, the Darcy Memorandum. And then there's really not too much to the history of the Shroud after that. That can be covered probably in 10 or 15 minutes. So I think it can bring us all the way up to the next program, can really just end this by bringing us up to 1453, which is when the Shroud uh, was obtained by the Dukes of Savoy.
Okay. Okay. So about 1306 to 1453 is
1306.
1306. Yep. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Jack. And
Okay.
yeah, I always appreciate, I think it's really important to get these really detailed presentations out there for people to consider, right? Because they know the main talking points and bits and pieces and stuff like that. But I think it's important. Let's get into the weeds and what are the pros and cons of all these hypotheses and ideas out here. So, yeah, I hope you appreciated your time on your end.
Yes, I do. And, I kind of feel that in doing this, for so long as these programs are available, made available, it can be a resource for those people who are relatively few in number, granted, who want to get into the details of this. These are not broad strokes. These are very specific. I see today we've gone, you know, well over 4 hours again to cover a 150 year or so period. But this is usually done with a large stroke of okay, the Templars got the shroud. They held it in Jerusalem for the next 60 years. That's all I can tell you about that one. And then they brought it back to France, and it got into the Charney family. Can't tell you anything that happened in between. And Charney then exhibited the shroud. I mean,
Yeah,
that can literally take 5 or 10 minutes to explain, and you can get people to pay 5 to 10 minutes of attention to it. So this is like the other segments. It's a lot of detail, but for people who don't want to say get my book and read that through and want to, are more entertained by, a verbal presentation, at least the key facts, not all the facts, but the key facts are here. And you can understand it if you want to put the time into it and you want to understand it. Unfortunately, and I understand this, there aren't a lot of people that want to do that. Most of the ones that do are academics. Most of the academics are medievalists. So, that's just the way it's going to go. But there are some very sincere authenticists with open minds who I think will benefit by this. So that's why I do it.
absolutely. Yeah, well said. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much. And that's it for this one. But tune in because I'm not done on Saturday. I'm having another show. It's going to be a live stream on Jack mentioned him himself, beloved Pelagia, the atheist YouTuber. So I'm bringing Professor Tavo Sanabri. Pelagia did a video kind of attacking Professor Tavo, and he has to come back and give just like Jack, he wants to give a detailed refutation. So Apologia did what, a 30-minute video. He wants to do at least a couple hours responding point by point to, Apologia's kind of lazy attacks or critiques type thing. So tune into that on Saturday. And otherwise, have a great day, everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you, Dan.